Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you once more, and this is our semifinals match in the final segment of this year. Blue Otter League coming to a close. Feedonomics, it's been a long way. All that's left is those grand finals, and it's starting where it came up. I believe it was week 2, week 3. We actually got to see these two teams face off on stream, and it seems like we're going to be coming to a close, watching them do it once more, battling out for that grand finals position.
Isn't the semis again? I was told that it was
Well, yeah,
semifinals.
it is semifinals, but that's what I mean. It's like
So
it's
we
the
got another
last.
week. We got another.
Well, yeah, but
Oh,
it's
okay.
coming
So
to a
the
close.
last spot of okay. I get where you're
Exactly.
coming from now. I'm sorry. I was really busy looking at these bands. Just
Tryndamere.
over here, right? Like, I mean, I'm less. I'm looking at the slew of junglers that like Akuma does not want Drop Dead Gaming to.
I'm looking at like, why are they banning Tryndamere?
They're afraid of the
Trynd
top lane dominance.
Is that Yeah, I mean, I love Tryndamere. I just haven't seen Tryndamere actually be good in a while.
Well,
Definitely wouldn't have expected it.
Well, like whenever you get this far into the finals, you're gonna have pocket picks and everything that get paid attention to.
That is
And
true,
you
especially in a fearless.
never know, like Trinivere could be a big bully elsewhere than top, right? Like
Yeah,
there's
jungle, mid.
there's a lot of survivability in this kit for mid lane, right? And then mana casters never like laning against a manaless player, like champion.
Yeah.
So picks are kind of coming in. We have the Varus getting locked in. Kind of makes sense. Super simple pick. I do kind of like how we've picked. Do we think Lux is going mid, or do we think Lux is forward?
I was more assuming it would be in the support position, and they're gonna want to try and lock a Caitlyn to go with it. However, I think that mid Lux wouldn't be the most crazy thing. I just don't know how I'd feel about it getting paired with a Jin Zhao in jungle. On the opposite side, though, a lot more of a conventional composition with that bot lane Varus, the Pantheon likely to be in the jungle, and then they got that Rumble just for that AP damage. So this might even be Galio to match that top lane.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, I I guess that's kind of a decent top lane. I don't know. Rumble's just really oppressive. Like Rumble just gets to have a lot of fun out and inside of the jungle. It does look like we are on Akuma's side now going to be focusing the mid lane before picks come through, and then I would assume that they are
I
going
think
to
that's an
also do the
interesting.
same thing. Huh. I was assuming that Drop Dead was going to try and get rid of some ADs in the pool, but it sort of makes sense. Another top laner getting banned out. Unless Cho'Gath can also flex mid, which I mean, yes, Cho'Gath can flex mid, but why would you?
Well, even in
Um,
some scenarios, the support Cho'Gath wouldn't be the craziest thing. It would be crazy, but not like absurd.
I mean, yeah, I guess
What are we
it's
saying?
not
That's
as
absurd.
crazy as like running Smite like on your support in the bot lane or anything, but like,
I
yeah,
mean,
I
like
guess
you
it
get
could
the
be a little
extra CC.
abnormal. It does look like they are choosing the
Ooh.
Tristana. I do like that. There's a lot of strength in Tristana's ability to reposition and everything. Kali, are we gonna lock in the Victor? We're just gonna lock in the. We're still not.
So
My
I'm not
life
sure
is
how I'm
pain.
feeling about that though, because the Tristana.
Good.
You think that's in the mid, or you think they're gonna play that bot with the Lux? Because there's a lot of versatility in this bot lane so far, where they can flex this bot and support and mid, kind of just everywhere.
I personally think that they are going to stick Tristana in the bot lane. I don't think that
So
as
what do you
we
think they're gonna
are
lock that support then
what the Lux
for
or
the for the Akuma? Because you think they're gonna run that like Lux Trist? Oh,
no.
oh, we've seen this.
So it is going to be the Lux. Um, cool. I mean, this is pretty exciting then. So looking at their comp, I don't think that they can run that any way than what you said, right? Galio is going to be you have the mid lane matchup between Victor and Luck, the jungle matchup between Xin and Pantheon, and then bot lane is Karma Varus versus Ford and Tristan. Really pokey game.
Huh. I don't know how I feel about this, but I think just based on compositions, you gotta imagine Drop Dead Gaming is gonna have a bit of an advantage. I know Drop Dead Gaming, they've been very interactive with the community. Back when we were doing Otter Talk almost every single week, they were the one team that really showed up with their coach, more active than most. So I am really excited to see how they are going to be able to perform. Will they be able to make it to that championship, up towards that grand final? Will they fall down? I mean, I don't know. Obviously, there was a bit of beef between a couple of teams. I don't know whether or not. I believe this is the 2 seed versus the 3 seed, maybe even the 1 seed versus the 3 seed. Obviously, Akuma, they were good this season for sure. They were in that 1 seed for a decent amount of time. However, towards the end, they did start to fall off, maybe due to the schedule changing, maybe due to a couple of other factors. However, um, yeah, I don't know. What do you think coming into this? You think that Akuma is going to be able to start off strong?
I mean, we saw the Bard, right? The Bard is a really effective pick. Granted, last week there were issues just with having to use the sub and everything. So I will say that if anybody did have the easiest matchup, it probably bot lane of Akuma. Or am I crazy?
Um,
I don't know. I could be going crazy.
I'm not
Re-
sure.
Regardless, I think that like I don't know. I got to see it get into the game. I haven't watched Karma like try to throw out ulted Qs in a hot minute. I know that Bard can be really useful. I like Zinzel, but I also like Pantheon. I can't be biased about either of these teams right now, honestly.
I think solely off of composition, I'd imagine that yeah, I'm just gonna say Drop Dead Gaming. We've seen their Pantheon before. They're always able to put up massive performances, so I think this time should be no different. Their Grand Starfall has always been a ultimate that allows them to be just so proactive when it comes to engagements, and they really do play it so well. We'll have to wait and see though as we head on to the Rift. We're gonna go to a short little break here, and as we come back, we're gonna be getting started with this best of five. So it is a long road ahead of us, not just a sprint, and both these teams certainly gonna have to pick up this first game if they want to be on the front foot. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you once more on the Rift. Final time, final dance of the semifinals, and one of these teams will have to wait to see if they do return in future seasons. But for one of them, this is gonna do it. They will punch their ticket up to the grand finals. Joining for the stream, Feedonomics. I don't think we introduced at the start of the stream, so we'll get it done here.
I
Cause
really hope
why
that
not?
everybody knows who I am at this point, or else we've
Oh,
got
they
some
don't. They
issues.
don't. Yeah,
Oh,
you know.
thanks,
I don't know
Chan.
who you are. We don't know who you are. Some might
Yeah.
even call you Unk, but
Oh, I'm gonna murder you.
I know.
But
I
it's
know.
fine. It's fine. Nobody will know. Nobody will know. Anyways, we've got a really standard setup. Lux does land the E first. So, is this? Wait a second. Wait a
We
second.
saw our
Wait a
observer messing
second.
with it earlier, so I wasn't sure. But holy moly,
What I think it is?
it is what we think it is.
Is
It's a
this a
Lux bot lane.
Lux Bard bot?
Well,
It is, by the way.
that's
It is.
that's very unconventional.
No, I'm completely here for it. That's gonna be really frustrating to either lines ever land, right? And especially if one of the if Lux's bind hits both of them, they both get dapped up. It's just gonna be it's gonna happen. Like, so that's a really fun synergy in, practice. Oh, look at this damage in the very beginning. I mean, Karma's doing a good. She uses her Q.
Yeah, look, it makes sense because you wouldn't really want to have to deal with the Karma and Varus as a Tristana, because both of them do like to play from range. So if they're just like sitting close to their tower, you're not going to be able to land the rocket jump to them, or else that turret's going to be heavily dealing dividends into you. So they are just going to switch that up by the looks of it, put that Tristana up towards the mid side and into a Victor. It's definitely not the hardest lane, I'd imagine, for Tristana, as Victor is a little bit of a long-range character as well, liking to play from the poking range. That is kind of the composition we do see that the side of DDG is going for. Drop Dead Gaming, they have that Rumble, which is really good for some peel in the close range. However, everyone else does have that kind of ranged attack. The Pantheon can play from close range. However, it's a little bit more versatile when it comes to how they are going to engage in these surrounding combats. So, realistically, I think that Drop Dead Gaming, they're going to have a very hard time pulling off a composition like this that isn't just that standard front to back. However, I think if they can make it work, this could be looking ridiculously good for them.
I mean, yeah, and it does. You aren't wrong, right? Like, Tristana's already getting punished up there in the mid lane, but you expect this to happen in the beginning. Damage. Push out. Be careful. I don't know what's like. What summoners are we running on Tristan? Teleport? I don't know, man. Like, that
I
seems
think that makes sense
dangerous
to an
right
extent.
there. No, I'm not worried about teleport. That was a good idea. Like, that's the right summoner spell. I'm more talking
Yeah.
about playing up like they did right there. I guess they wave, so they were banking on the wave. The W. Fucked.
Oh, that's a nice route.
Ooh, that was a good side step on the Q too.
Unfortunate. Like, all of these lanes are just kind of being won from Drop Dead Gaming. I'm not totally sure about the top side, but even then, we just take a look at the HP. There's definitely a bit of an advantage, especially with the state of the lane, with it being pushed in a little bit over towards this Gallia, which you really wouldn't expect a Rumble to thrive in a lane like this, where you're playing a very AP-heavy character into a very anti-AP character. So you're really just having that rough situation that you have to deal with, and yet they're kind of maneuvering through it relatively easily. So I definitely think that you got to give him props so far. Evil Troy's definitely not a player you can take lightly.
Well, no, I mean, it's still Rumble's going to be able to bully like Galio at first. He's not gonna have any items. If he ever gets
That is
unlucky
true.
in a gank, and Rumble actually gets something super decent off here as the rocket jump comes. But yeah, like there you go. He's just won that trade, right? And he still got mana, so he gets to just keep doing it. So Rumble's not going to lose this lane in Maokai or until Galio gets magic resist. but if he gets to like his haunting guys item, like then I think it's curtains. Speaking of curtains,
The rocket jump.
no, it's not
Oh,
enough.
oh, that was nice. That was nice. I thought they might have been able to get out, but not gonna happen. And honestly, you look at that. Bobby Joe had the flash online. They were a little bit too overzealous on that escape option, and that kind of allowed their opponent in Neversaw to just be able to pick up that first kill. That's really good from them. Being able to get that Dark Seal to 2 stacks as well. Obviously, like that's a very gold efficient item when it comes to the start of the game, and they're going to be allowed to just kind of create this bonusing effect. We'll see what they do end up going for, whether or not they go for something like the Luden's Companion or that Blackfire Torch. I'd imagine, based
Oh,
off of the Lost Chapter, they're going to go for the Luden's Companion. However, there's always the options of going for some other specialized builds. I don't know if you have any personal thoughts on that.
I no, I haven't really thought too hard on that yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Ludens makes sense, especially when you're gonna be winning, playing as hard as you are. Like you're already up in CS. You're well, kind of evened out. The wave is pushed back into him. I thought he was up in CS. That changed quick. But you do have
No.
that kill, right?
For a while,
Um,
actually, Sloppy Joe was up in CS, surprisingly, which you wouldn't expect due to their HP, but they were really prioritizing taking the minions rather than taking the CS.
well, I mean, so keeping it pushed up, the splash from bombs passive, right? There are gonna be ways that he can do it easy. Quite
Yeah.
so much before it's that. Speaking of HP, yeah,
Oh,
good
that's rough.
lord, so much damage.
Absolutely surrounded there. And results in another kill going on to Neversaw. Already, Neversaw is just in a position where you're not going to be able to kill him too easily. It's going to take a lot of effort, and it's difficult to really determine whether or
Ah,
not
the
they're going to be able
root.
to do it. The Chains of Corruptions does connect. However, the flash is going to be extended to pull him back. The wave not going to be able to crash in the midst of that bot lane, leaving this Lux to be able to back out if they so do need.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
maybe not, actually. Look at how many people are towards that bot side.
I mean, never saw him might get him. The rocket jump gets him out. The ult comes
Oh,
down, and the
God.
Q. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the issue. At first, I was wondering, DDG was gonna regret not having that Leona pick yet because it would have done so well into this team. But I think why they even tried to the Tristana mid. But obviously with Neversaw being 3-0, 6 stacks on his Dark Seal, like this is the wrong
Oh,
way. Oh, good stun. Yeah,
oh my God. The Blast
hard.
Cone saves lives.
Uh, and nothing else is gonna happen there from it. Really well played, Bug. Just to kind of chain everything up on the map to get away.
Currently, we
Um,
are seeing a little bit of a stack. It seems as if Void Grubs is going to be the next objective contested, with a lot of players starting to head up on there. We will see Neversaw going for the back, which makes sense. They did collect, I believe it was an extra 2 kills since they backed. So really, they're going to be able to get a lot of extra
yep.
gold efficiency. And
And
actually,
there's
they will pick
Ludens
up the
being
Luden's
finished.
Companion. That's
Yep.
really good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You've got to be afraid of him hitting stacks, honestly. As it does look
Oh.
like he's gonna. All right, good route.
Oh, they're really investing into here. The Magical Journey will come out. Running Fam's looking to try and contest. They're trying to get the poke damage. It's not going to really connect too much. They're really just limiting the vision, and as they limit it, it just keeps on coming back up. There will be one back to be found. Right now, it seems as if it's going to just be a little bit of a calling out on this Bard, who is just playing within a bush, trying to limit all the vision given to the side of Drop Dead Gaming. On the opposite side of the map, though, there is this top lane engagement with the taunt out and finding a bit of damage. We are going to be seeing in the items a little bit of extra magic resist bought up, so Evil Troy's going to have a bit of an extra bit of a hurdle they're going to have to overtake. We see they have it seems like they're going for Leandri's as their first item, which makes a lot of sense. They're going to need to be able to burn down Galio one way or another. So the more AP damage they can get consistently is going to give them a bit of an advantage in that regard.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to try a lane swap right now. But Lux is going to be careful. You have... Oh, never saw. She is getting engaged on. E comes out slow. Q misses. Never saw is gonna get another kill.
Oh, never saw an absolute demon.
Disgusting.
Oh, and they are able to sidestep the ult from the Lux as well. I mean, yeah, it was just made to clear out the minion wave by the looks of it. However, just being able to find nothing with it just shows the absolute prowess that this Victor does possess. Never saw has been really strong this game, and so far they might just be the reason they can find the win. The magical journey will come out, followed up by the stun, able to get everyone away from them.
Yeah, I mean, just really well played by Bard again, just to walk away with the magical journey. Let's see. Alclove Gaming, Evil Troy, no.
So we will see the Lux actually going for the Malignants instead of the Luden's Companion, which makes a little bit of sense as they already have the Tristana for that burst damage. So they don't really need the extra punch from the Lux, instead going for a bit of sustained damage themselves. On the mid lane, though, we are going to be seeing a bit of a lane swap with both bot laners swapping over, putting the Tristan in the bot side. It seems as if they will be matched instantly by Neversaw, however, who is also coming over there. Evil Troy still sticking towards the top side. So realistically, I think that both teams are going to want to start playing towards Scrubs with the setup that they do have. As, I mean, you have the better bot lane if you are on the side of Drop Dead Gaming. There's a lot of extra CS in terms of both players, and currently, despite there being an item for the Lux, you're not going to have the same level of just survivability on your own as what Avaris does have, as you get a little bit of extra HP. Obviously, there's the root that does come out from a Lux. The blinding light is very strong, and you also get a slow, which, yes, it can get people away from you. However, if you're dealing with a Pantheon, if you're dealing with a Victor, being able to get away isn't enough. Instead, you have to be able to really consistently be a contending factor. We will see the flash over the wall coming in from Fairs, and currently they're just going to concede the fight, allowing mid control to kind of be taken over from Drop Dead Gaming. The river has been conceded, and at this point they are just going to allow this Drake to come up. 30 seconds until it is there, and realistically, Drop Dead Gaming is just going to have such a better position in terms of being able to fight for it.
Poke there against Evil Troy, basically using his abilities just before he gets a chance to do anything. Yeah, you know, the equalizer was attempted there. I do like what Troy was thinking. All's coming to deal with it. Exhaust comes out.
Interesting seeing that exhaust so early. I mean, they have been very proactive when it comes to rotating the map, but I don't know how I feel about it.
No, it's, I mean, there's a reason for that. I think he's running Wait, is he running? Am I crazy?
Oh, and there's the Ocean Drake going over instantly. Neversaw is going to be able to find a lot of extra damage. Coming on in, though. Flash. The flash is there, looking to find something. There's going to be the Starfall, and absolutely running it down. It's going to be Evil Lobster coming straight on into the engagement.
Yeah, and Neversaw walks away with the sliver. You know, there's nobody over on the side of a to handle this. We're gonna get a couple more. We're gonna get every plate here at this point. Teleport coming out from ball.
I don't know if they're gonna get every, but oh, that's tragic. We found 4.
They missed it. All you need. They miss it by like a hair.
Oh, I think I meant every plate is in the entire tower.
Yeah, I think it just timed out too quick. Or maybe they did get them all.
I think they got them all. Already, though, Sundered Skies is going to be bought for Evil Lobster, so they're already in a really strong position regarding their items. On the opposite side, some backs will come out. Nobody looking to contest. Never mind, Evil Lobster going to be baited out. However, it will just remove their back. They are just going to have to reset that. Maybe possibly go for a bit of an engagement once more onto FaZe over here. But they are just looking to remove the vision once more. We've seen this exact scenario play out time and time again. However, this time it's not going to work in their favor by the looks of it. Running straight on in to Brawny Fam. And Evil Lobster finds another kill.
Those were really fun side steps too. Yeah, DDG is just sort of like, you know, rolling with their advantages here. Just kind of keeping ahead. Never saw going top to try and match Tanzo's push. Should have a little bit, I guess, of a better time against Galio because you wouldn't be able to engage like you can whenever you're jumping in on a rumble. We'll see what happens though.
Currently, Evil Troy secluded in the bot lane. However, it won't matter in terms of the amount of players coming over until possibly this Lux is in the midst of it. Now,
Evil
3
Troy
players up
has
towards the
3
bot
people
side.
on him, but look at that damage. Yeah,
There's
the
no way they
Liander's
fight
is
this.
finished, right? Yeah, he's got his big boy item.
Even if they didn't, I mean, the
Didn't
absolute tyranny that they've been putting up onto the opposing Xin Zhao has been absolutely crucial, and possibly another kill is going to come out too. Oh my god. They can't keep getting away with this.
You're you're in a situation on where 2 to 3 people always have to be there to never saw, and I don't think that you really have the ability if you are Akuma at the moment, right? So
Yeah,
this
Akuma's
is
got
only
to.
gonna get bad fast. 9
They got to
stats
start playing a little bit
finally,
safer.
like, I'm wondering, is that gonna be a?
There's the magical journey once more. I don't love the roams that we've been seeing from this Bard. Because it feels like they just continuously get called out by whether or not it's Evil Lobster, whether or not it's Never Saw, Brawny Fam. Like,
no, never mind.
all of them have been able to really just shut them down time and time again. And what are you getting in return for it? I mean, you're getting a weaker lane state as your Lux is kind of secluded in the bot lane. And then beyond that, you're also only getting a little bit of vision. So it really is a situation where I think if you are on this Akuma squad, you kind of have to ask yourself and kind of deliberate the pros and cons to whether or not it's even worth it to try doing this next game, having a support who's going to roam around the map. I think for the most part, you'd imagine they're going to want to go for something a little bit more lane heavy instead of running the map and trying to just collect a vision the entire game because of what we've seen time and time again, at least in the first game of the series.
I don't know. Well, I guess you're maybe right. Like that could be wise. We'll have to see. Yeah, I think because it's a bard more than anything else, right? Like you might have more doing this with for quote unquote an Alistair as Evil Troy is going to get engaged playing here. Anzo, the
It seems like finally a first blood's going to be there.
Equalizer kind of just turning into like nothing.
Oh, that's tragic.
Good ult, but it's not enough.
4 people in the bot lane, almost able to take down Never Saw, but it just won't happen. A 7th kill gets found. A 2nd turret will also be there. Actually, it's not even a 2nd, it's a 3rd turret. Oh no, oh no. And it's also going to result in a 3rd Drake. A lot of 3s, a lot of 2s, just in the past minute alone. However, on the opposite side, it is going to be the top lane in a very, very impactful situation where we might see Tanzo being the one player that could get this. Obviously, having the Galio collecting the kill and taking the first turret is a little bit unfortunate, as they are going to be the least carry potential out of this entire team. But beyond that, I mean, it's still just decent. You always want to be able to find extra gold where you can. However, the fact that there's still over a 3k deficit definitely does cause a little bit of worry, especially due to the fact that there's not only that 3k deficit, but there's also soul point already on the board for the side of DDG. Drop Dead Gaming, they've come to a position where it's going to be very hard to kill them.
Yeah, never saw flashing out of the Bard ultimate though to avoid the bad end. Tanzo was coming, and then you had Sleepy Joe nearby, so that was definitely really there. You have some bush camping. They don't know.
Oh my god.
Where did it go? The equalizer.
Never Saw's already just putting up this performance. At this point, you might not even want to go for another item. Instead, just upgrade to the Magi Soul Stealer because of how impactful they've been this game alone. Instantly, though, we are going to be seeing the swap onto the Otacon, looking to possibly clear this within a couple of seconds. And then beyond that, they're not going to be able to go for the Drake as there is still 3.5 minutes. But Never Saw, possibly he's going to be taken down here. We do see multiple players on them. They're going to be forced out of the Zanyas. We get to see the supports coming up to try and give a little bit of relay, but no, they're not going to get anything. There's the shutdown, and it's going to be Benjamin to be able to collect it.
Yeah, that was a lot of gold. That was 1,078 gold.
Oh, God.
Just for everybody that was paying attention. So, you know, Lux will be happy to take that one back to the bank. They're happy that they've killed the Demon King for a or well, you know, they've killed the demon for a moment. The ult coming out just to stop the engage. Sleepy Joe is super low.
The one Q from Evil Lobster just brought like half of Sleepy Joe's HP. That's absolutely tragic. We're going to be seeing the Bard ult come in online. Flash comes in from Benjamin. Not able to find anything. Evil Lobster going in for the flank, but it's going to be Reborn Mountry able to find out the first. The support's down. Oh my god. There's going to be a little bit of an overwhelming. Evil Lobster's going to be hit by the taunt. They're going to be trying to get something, but they can't get anything. The tower putting in work, but Sleepy Joe not going to be prioritized by it, so they do just get out for free. Maybe another kill is going to be there. Yes, they will just get. And Reborn Mountry is going to be taking down. However, that's about all they will be able to find. It seems as if this game is not just over just yet. Akuma will be able to come back off of that kill onto Never Saw.
Yeah, but that entire time too, like Evil Troy just pushed bot. Like, so, you know, they'll take that. That still keeps them in the lead. That was a very good like series of events for Akuma. Like, let's not
Can't downplay that.
Anyway, Shepard for him. Like really well done on their part. Just to basically stagger DDG, under tower even. To be able to take a lot more than I think that they should have been getting engages.
Definitely is an interesting situation seeing this Tristana still, despite being 6 times less kills as Never Saw, they're at a very good position. It's slightly due to the coal, I'd imagine, as their gold efficiency is relatively high, with an Infinity Edge being bought, a very expensive item. The Zanyas as well is going to be definitely up there in terms of pricing tags. However, I mean, both mid laners are going to start becoming a little bit dangerous now that they've both hit that 2-item power spike. On the opposite side, though, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Evil Lobster is going to be able to show us now that they do have the Merc Treads. That gives them a little bit more efficiency when it comes towards having to deal with roots, deal with stuns, just objectives like that that allow them to be prioritized in terms of killing them. Now that you have those Merc Treads, it's going to be at least a little bit easier to deal with them. Seems like another engagement is going to be able to come out. The Lux Q not able to connect. Instantly, the engagement is going to be started by Lobster. They want to get some more, but there's the Bard ult able to give a little bit of isolation. Now, there's going to be the Mercury coming right on in. Reborn Mountry is going to be taking down Evil Troy's the low HP line. However, they are going to be able to get back off of the Trist ult. A little bit of unfortunate behavior from them, and it's going to leave Branny Fan sniping them away. Benjamin's down for the count, and that leaves the Tronzo as well. Flashing over the wall, it's going to be the Bard to escape. However, with the Drake coming up, you're conceding the soul.
Yeah, and I mean, this is definitely going to be the Earth Soul. That was, I mean, you know, Evil Lobster definitely doing what we said. Being the engage tool that they needed to basically start the fight off, the Equalizer came down and hit on top of Lux, and whoever was standing nearby. I don't remember at this point. Zinzao? And then,
I believe, yes.
Yeah, and then they got kind of bailed out by the Bard ult, but forced the Lux Flash out. And you know, just a good portion of their health already gone. It made for an easy cleanup over on the rest of the side of DDG. Really well executed. And, you know, the back and forth is real in this game. We maybe have we definitely have balanced teams, is what it looks like, at least to start.
We will be seeing Faults taking up the Dead Man's Plate. A little bit of extra survivability coming in on the flank. We will be seeing the Corrupted Chains out coming. The hero's entrance is arriving. But on the flank, Benjamin's down for the count. Instantly, Evil Lobster pushing over the wall. Now, they want to try and get around. However, they will be pushed back by Reborn Mountry. Maybe they'll be able to get something more. However, it seems as if both teams are conceding, possibly looking to take this Baron. But currently, it's not looking good. It's not looking great whatsoever. 3 players coming on in. Now Reborn Mountry is going to be hit by the root, but they are going to be able to get it out, but over the wall they come! And that's going to do it. Neversaw finds the elimination. Meanwhile, we do see this Bard absolutely isolated. There is no top tower tier 1, so they are going to be able to get away if they do choose. However, it's going to be the Baron that will come out. Neversaw, they're going to catch him out either way. I don't know what happened there from Faults, but they're just going to stick around for an interesting idea. Not sure why, but they are going to be able to hit the ult.
They're out.
Oh, but you take a look at it. In the mid lane, they have 3 players coming over here. This was an absolute trap, and it was trickery. Scene. Oh, man. Oh, man. Going to be coming alive.
Never saw finishing the kill off. But yeah, no, that was a lot of space created. That's what we saw there, was space created.
Oh my god.
T-shirt.
That is so unfortunate. The mid lane, tier 3 central tower is going to be down for the count. Neversaw possibly in a bad spot because they're going to be dealing with both this Lux and this Tristana. Both have been seen, and Neversaw, maybe it's the overzealousness, maybe it's confidence, but they are going to be going in. Oh my god, Benjamin. Absolutely obliterated, and Neversaw is going to continuously take their dominance up for the count. Sleepy Joe's going to be in a low spot. They're going to be hit by the stun. Now it's going to be up for this next kill, looking to pick him off, and they will not be able to do it just yet.
The teleport saving Sleepy Joe.
Oh man,
my goodness. If Neversaw would have realized that she had caught, like, him in either of those, there's another fight happening. This is crazy. Tanzo getting... another
very
fight
short
again?
range hero journey, but Sleepy Joe's gonna find the kill. Brawling Fountain's down for the count. The buff coming in from this Baron is dealing dividends onto this top lane turret. However, it's not going to be able to clear it just yet. Instead, moving over to the mid lane, conceding top side. We do see Neversaw on the bot lane as well, looking to possibly find an engagement. Just doesn't seem possible.
Okay, Neversaw does not have her ultimate yet. Alright, Neversaw has her ultimate again. They cannot fight. They cannot fight, no matter how many of them. I really want to see Neversaw land that storm on more than one person just to watch their team vanish. It's a really fun build, too. 22 stacks on the Magi's, by the way.
Oh my god, this player is absolutely absurd. Neversaw is just being... I'm 10-1, and their one death was just so unfortunate. Well, coming on into the fight, we will be seeing DDG take a 6k gold lead almost, with Soul on the line. The main objective you're going to want to go for, if you're Akuma, is trying to flip for Baron. I think it's, or not Baron, sorry, flipping for Elder. I think that's probably going to be the most likely option, since there's only a minute 30 until it is there. And obviously, DDG is definitely having the firepower currently to be able to eliminate it relatively swiftly. So if you are able to just find some isolation, we've seen it earlier. It was on Thursday. We actually got to see a Bard able to do that in the Diamond Division, where they were able to stop a Drake from converting for their opponent's team, as they were able to remove the smite from the equation by using the ultimate on them. But I think relying on a factor like that would be a little bit silly, as it takes a lot of timing. However, definitely going to be more than possible. This 5k deficit is starting to enlarge in, as we can note, and lots of players starting to converge around the mid side. It seems as if they are going to really want to fight this Elder as soon as it spawns up. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not they are going to be able to do that, whether or not there's going to be any contestation from Akuma. As no Akuma players are pushed out of spawn, it does make you imagine that they're going to want to keep playing passively and just clear waves. But realistically, you're going to have to fight for this if you are Akuma.
I mean, yeah, and I don't know what you do here. You have to be able to jump on Neversaw, or isolate Neversaw with having them Zhonya's. Um, but I don't know if you can get them to bait out the Zanyas and or not, but that would be sick.
Ooh, turning on the Elder by the looks of it, and it will be spawning up. Contention is there, but instant aggression! Barely able to survive. It's going to be the support of the Akuma side to get out barely by the tip of their tongue. Sleepy Joe hit out and attacks, but the Starfall comes on in. It's going to be bad. We see the Lux Ult going to be able to connect onto Evil Lobster. Finding the kill, it's going to be Sloppy Joe. Next, they are going to start backing away, looking to possibly just diverge away back on into the pit of that Drake, but not just yet. Never saw continuously putting up the aggression and not stopping for any momentum. Instead, never saw pushing forward. Benjamin down for the count and leaves them with the aggression. They constantly are in the front foot and they're not stopping here. They keep the pedal on the gas and the inhib is down. Sleepy Joe trying to get away with the rocket jump, able to connect it, not going to be able to get the reset off. And instead, we get to see the engagement. The hero's journey is going to be coming out as well, but instantly, it's not going to matter. There's going to be the reborn mount tree.
Oh no!
Double stun. The double stun leads to a double kill, make it a triple, and not stopping there. The quadra kill comes out, and Never Saw closes this game.
The size of that cosmic storm at the end. Oh, what a disgusting Victor game. MVP goes to the 15-1 mid laner, I think. Never saw like golf claps. Deserves
Oh
that
my
one.
god.
Really, really well done. That's a little bit of damage. But you know what the only like the really good thing is about this?
There's a
Um
lot of really good things you could be
no
talking
no no
about.
no 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 no. If you're on the side of Akuma, it's bravery. So you don't have to see that anymore for the rest of the series. So there is that.
That's true.
Um that being said, that was probably that was absolutely a disgusting dismantling there. I have nothing else to say about that one. Completely uh really good game. Akuma had good team fights though, and which is really impressive with how ahead their DDG was in the game. So with a bit of a more even mid lane and just bot lane, I think that game two can look a lot different.
I think there is definitely some solid outcomes off of this game. We can see that Evil Troy might not be on their best day today. Um, I don't want to be that guy, but having such a dominant win, I mean, the game was what, like 25 minutes or something, and yet Evil Troy didn't have a single kill. Like, you got to give that at least a little bit of consolation. Might make them want to readapt how they've been playing this game. Maybe play a little bit more top heavy focused. Give final priority over towards Tanzo. Maybe put Reborn Mountainry up towards the top side more often, as maybe that's the best way. I mean, maybe you want to keep him towards the mid lane to try and shut down Neversaw before they can get. I mean, how do you even describe his performance? I mean, 15-1 is
Huge.
absolutely out of this world. 45,000 damage. More than, I believe, I'm bad at counting. Okay, I was going to say more than the entire team combined. However, that's not more than the entire, almost more than the entire team combined. Actually, I think that is more than the entire opposing team combined. Like an absolute absurd stat line for this one player alone. 17k gold. Like you can't make this up. But yeah, I mean, certainly Akuma's gonna have a rough game ahead of them if they want to make that grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely. I wanna do some math. I wanna do some math, and I wanna look at some things. Um, so thank you. Prod said that it's about 2,000 short of being over Akuma's damage. That was the math that I did want to grab a screenshot. Um, I don't know. I can't wait for picks and bans in game two. I want to see what these teams have going for one of the next. Cherry, can we go on a break?
Yeah, I think that is going to be about time. We'll see you all back with the draft for game number 2. Make sure not to go anywhere because we'll be back right after this. Got more League of Legends headed your way in a bit. And returning, ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 2. Straight upon us in the draft. Semifinals are here approached. DDG took a phenomenal map 1 off of the back of one woman in particular. We never saw.
I
What of a
hate you.
performance of the gods. An absolute obliteration. Now I was going to say something else, but then I remembered and I said, okay, I'm gonna correct myself right here and I'm gonna do it. And then I did it. And now we're seeing a Senna locked in immediately for DDG. Certainly an interesting pick. We saw a little bit of this last week as well in the a bit of some other divisions, and I gotta say, I don't like it. I think there's not a lot of damage output coming in from it, and I think that it's a pick that, maybe it'll work if you really have that team coordination down to a fault. But if you don't have that team coordination literally on peak, there's a good chance that any other character like a Jin, Misfortune, or anything like that could be so much better. On the opposite side, though, a Sivir's going to be locked. Both bot lanes going to match each other, and we'll see what does happen off of that.
Uh so so wait, why is huh? There's a slight hey, I don't know. We'll talk about it at break. There's a slight issue with like Leona's not banned out in what you call it. It was Karma last game. Okay, no
Huh.
worries. I was just sorry. I'm yelling at prod guys. I was just making sure that everything was going right because I was a little lost whenever I looked that way.
Well,
Um,
I would be opposed to banning Leona. I
well,
mean,
it's not a ban. It's like
well,
it's a
yeah, but they wouldn't be allowed to
non-pickable.
play Leona either, so I wouldn't be opposed to that. I mean, Leona's boring. We always see, like,
Yeah, but I want to see
get rid of it.
Leona. I want
No,
to I
no,
want to
no.
see
I want the
Leona.
fun.
Leona's good. I want good engaged support. So I hope this is a
No.
supportive movement. Anyways, as I'm pushing forward, I do like Senna. I think Senna good right now. Senna's in a pretty decent place, or else she wouldn't be getting back into the pick meta as like an AD. Um, she does scale well. Hey, all right. Anyways, I got my Leona pick. Um, Alistar's still open too, so there is like a good counter pick to it. but I don't know if we play it on the side of
I think
Akuma or not.
Alistar Sivir would be pretty fun. I think that would make a lot of sense as well. Huh. So
Morgana's good too.
I think that's cool. I like a Morg because Morg is like one of those more niche picks you don't see as much. So I think it's a very fun idea. And okay, that's a more boring one that we always. I mean, it kind of makes sense you want the engaged, but you already have the Wukong for it, so it's not like really necessary. Like the Cyclone's already there for engagement, so why on earth do we need more? I don't know,
The
guys. I want to
Wombo?
see fun characters. I want to see fun characters. Give
The
me
Wombo?
no Womp. Give me
The
Yumi. That'll be fun.
Wombo. The Wombo's good. I'm not allowed to have nice things, so no Silas this game. Um, but no, there's nothing wrong with Leona and Rel being picked in this. I'm fine with that. They're gonna fight. They're gonna fight all the time. Gwen getting banned out. Do appreciate that ban too, because that's a scary champion.
I think these
Let's
bans make a lot of sense from DDG. They want to play for Neversaw and banning out 2 mid laners, giving her all the priority she needs. Like, that's absolutely the right way to do it. Who knows? Maybe we'll even be seeing this in Bessa mid, which would be an absolutely absurd way to go into map 2. Getting public execution 5k would be so cool. However, we'll have to wait and see. It most likely isn't going to be that, as the Cassante was just locked, but yeah, there's the Syndra. So yeah, no fun things. It's a pretty standard composition from both teams by the looks of it. Yep, that's gonna do it. So nothing crazy like last game where we saw a freaking Lux bot, but
Are you sure there's nothing
certainly.
crazy?
Oh, there could definitely be something crazy. Let me tell you, I would not be surprised if we see a freaking a Moo top or some whack stuff, but who knows? Um, couldn't tell you.
I'm more talking about the Cassidon.
Kassadin makes sense. Just Kassadin mid.
We-
No?
You're not you're not wrong, but it will be really fun to watch a Cassidon in competitive play because Akuma has now technically put DDG on a clock because you can't let Cassidon get to level 16. It's a really
Oh,
dumb
that's
clock,
true.
but the clock is there. And Cassidon's like a slipperier than Tristana is or Lux. And we'll be able to impact more of the map with it. I like the engagement from Rel with the follow-up from Wukong. You have Sivir to make everyone faster. Cassante is just gonna go off and do his own thing. Like he's gonna listen to Lil Nas X. Like it's fine. And then over on the side of DDG, you have your own you have your own set of follow-up as well with Leona solar flaring into a Curse of the Sad Mummy. Um Technically you have a speed boost and everything too, but more frankly, you have a global heal with Senna. You have good disengage, and you have a talented mid laner and all playing like a really good. I don't know if does Syndra count as a control mage anymore. I don't remember if that's like the
Probably. I
technical
mean,
control burst mage, whatever. And then in
Syndra's just
Besta, like I'm
overpowered.
curious to see Evil Troy on like another aggressive character that is just going to be able to do a lot of damage in an output. So I don't know. I'm excited to see this kind of next set of games kind of fold out. And maybe those are the reasons.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that one. I think realistically, you're gonna have to shut down the Syndra if you want any type of way into this game, but we will just wait and see. This is a big game coming up. Will match point be reached for DDG? Will we see this go to an equalizer? That's the question, and we'll just be back with game number 2 right after this short break.
fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last line. Hearing voices from afar. Join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last line.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you once more for the semifinals of the Blue Otter League. This is game number 2. We've seen DDE drop dead gaming, DDE, DDG, I mean, but this is game number 2 straight ahead. And already we take a look at some of these summoner spells, a little bit of interesting stuff. Brawny fan going for some ghost. Certainly an odd idea to come into the game, but definitely not anything too absurd. We take a look at this map, and pretty basic stuff. Now, what do you think here coming into the game, Feedonomics? Do we see the 1-1? Do we see the 2-0? How could this game possibly go out?
Ask me in 5 minutes, honestly. Sivir is gonna engage
figure out by
on
then.
Ronnie. Like, and this is honestly gonna be a good fight for. Yeah, this is gonna have to be a flat. Maybe not. Ooh,
Ooh.
just walk away. Oh, they ghosted. They ghosted.
Yeah, they're not finding that
I'm
kill.
not crazy there. I'm not crazy there. So Summoner was burnt. But Flash Ghost on Senna, I do like that. That'll be really useful, kind of in the later games when trying to get free hits. And just sort of like farm up, do your damage in fight. It's gonna help out. I can see good things coming from that.
I don't want to be that guy, but I think Neversaw is a little bit confident. Already buying the Dark Seal. That's a good sign. That is a really good sign of how this game could possibly go for her.
I mean but that's an Icarus situation. You may grow too proud, fly too close to the sun. We'll have to see where the junglers kind of posture. I would assume a fight should happen with them immediately, as we just have your regular like little engaged stuff going on everywhere else. Cassidy is going to get beat up for a little bit, in the same way that Tristana was in the beginning, but I think that we'll end up faring better in the lane overall.
Oh my god.
What happened last game?
Even with the lack of AP compared to what you get from a Dark Seal, they're still putting up some absurd numbers. Well, I mean, it's no kill just yet, and they are actually down CS. However, just generally, I want to see this snowball continue. After having a 15-1 performance last game, you'd have to imagine that it's going to be similar this game. But we will just have to wait and see how this does go. Obviously, Sloppy Joe swapping from the Tristana over to a mage of their own. Definitely an interesting pick. We'll see what they can continue to find. Currently, though, a pretty big gap. I mean, it's a level difference, and also a wave state is definitely looking in their favor. Evil Troy, though, on the top side, they're getting a bit of damage out, poking straight on through. And the Cassante, a character who hasn't been as prominent in the meta as of late of times. Certainly not a bad one in terms of those tanky top laners who can also act somewhat of assassins. It's a bit of an Mbessa, except worse in my opinion. Not sure how you think of it, but it is always a fun wave matchup to watch as you get to see both players use those dashes, try and find their way around, and realistically, with how Evil Troy looked last game, you'd imagine they're going to be able to have a pretty good spot in terms of not dying. However, able to find the kill might be a different story, as Casante's a much tankier champion than what we saw in the previous matchup.
Galio's pretty tanky. I don't know if I can agree.
Galio
with
is
that.
pretty tanky, but I don't know if it's as tanky as like.
Okay, agree to disagree. Pushing forward,
you don't think so?
No, I think that they're pretty tanky.
I mean, I guess. Yeah,
Ooh, that's a good
I'm more so
engage.
thinking in terms of like.
That's a dead. Oh, almost. That was a good Q onto the turret to make sure they stayed alive through, I think, the ignite. Yep, that was the ignite used by Rel. There was a fight that kind of happened top because Tanzo has to back out. Troy was kind of looking, did have the full, like, so they were going to be able to kind of there. Brawny already back up to full
that's
health.
tragic.
It was a really good stun. Just gets kind of layered up.
Oh!
Engage coming in, that's going to be enough for first blood.
That is tragic, but we're putting up the effort by the looks of it. No jungler in sight, so they're going to have to be able to get out without any real contestation from the Leona, which realistically, if you're on this Leona, you're not going to be able to find too much at all. Currently, though, in the top side of the map, we are going to be seeing the teleport back from Sante. In the mid side, Neversaw is going to have a bit of an advantage. Looking to take the first plate by the seams. And have a stun available, and Sleepy Joe just getting completely picked out.
What are we doing on experience right now? I kind of wonder what would happen. Neversaw hitting 6 here in maybe this next wave and a half. If they do try and like kill, Slappy Joe right there. That Evil Troy has to be a little careful here. I think maybe, I don't know. It's a lot of damage like sent back out to Tanzo, but Tanzo is kind of looking to.
The problem with Tanzo is, like, before you hit that level 6, you're going to have a difficult time finding eliminations. Oh, man. Well, both flashes exchanged in the mid lane. Sloppy Joe going to have a bit of, a little bit of a problem having to deal with that, seeing as Neversaw. I mean, you don't really need the flash. Meanwhile, we'll see what they do end up having to go down to. Benjamin over in the bot side going to be able to really get that poke damage applying. Hit level 5. Sloppy Joe in the mid side are going to be at a very desperate HP line. However, still no junglers available. The Moowy swap from the Pantheon going to seem as if this could be a little bit rough. A 3v3, and Benjamin will find the first. Evil Lobster is going to be sucked into their own cocoon. And at this point, we might be seeing a bit of a swap. Game 1 looked really dominant, but Game 2 is going to be a completely different situation.
I don't know. If I'm Slappy Joe, well, now you've got the mana, though. This is good for you. There you go. One more.
Oh, they don't.
Yeah, I knew that was the way to go. But hell, this Sivir is going to be an issue, too. That's what I was saying, though. Like, there are two situations on where having Dark Seal, I think, hurt. Because if Neversaw would have had Doran's Ring, and maybe I'm crazy and they already had or by the time that the engage happened, under tower with the flashes, I think Neversaw's Q landed, but it didn't. Nothing ended up happening from it because there wasn't enough damage. It was barely off by like a hair. I think that Joe walked out of that with like, I don't know, probably less than 50 HP.
From up towards the top side, Evil Troy is going to take the engagement, looking to possibly fight on in. Tanzo's going to be the first to the punch, looking to get something. The ult's going to be there, the all in, but Evil Troy coming out with the public execution to match their engagement. Still, though, in the mid side, Sloppy Joe's going to be taking a bit of a fight, not going to find too much, but over towards Evil Troy's side, they are going to be waiting out that all in, and they will be able to find it out. Currently, though, stun is there. There is that Leona ability to try and find a little bit of relief on the pressure. However, they won't really need it just yet. A 3k on the server going to make it very difficult for any priority in the bot lane, so you are going to really have to wait and see whether or not any type of advantage is going to come. And it seems like the answer is going to be yes, with this Rel taking an absolute buttload of damage. Sun comes out into Sloppy Joe, however, they are going to be able to reposition out of harm's way. Up towards the top side, we are going to be seeing a Reborn Mountain Tree up towards this Mbessa. Very low HP, however, they won't have to deal with it just yet. Instead, conceding the fight, stun comes out. Sloppy Joe's can take the extra damage. However, nobody prioritizes that. Instead, just going for a bit of some passive play. 1k HP on the first Void Grub, but now the Amumu is in sight. Looking to possibly fight, they are going to be able to find the first Void Grub. Still, though, one player is going to start conceding. It seems as if the Void Grubs in general are going to be a little bit of a agreed upon to go over towards DDG.
I think that they're respecting the damage and the ults that are still over on the side of DDG.
Absolutely, but they're not going to be respecting it for long. A great ult comes in from the center. We see some stuns coming out from this. Oh, but now it's not going to matter. Mr. Kimson goes in and finds the elimination onto the Reborn Mountain.
Good job by DDG there, just to kind of hold off for the re-engage to fight it out. I do think that also the Senna ult was big in that too. So you know, there you go. Those are the ultimate kind of playing to advantage, like I was kind of harping on in the. So
yeah, fighting for that certainly wasn't the play you would expect, but DDG is going to be able to take a massive capitalization off of it, securing 2 Void Grubs, along with that, getting a bit of a gold lead. Evil Troy is going to be able to clear out these minions. Danzo's hiding up in a bush, but they're going to have to be contesting now. Evil Troy at half HP will likely see them just opt in for a bit of a stalemate for now. Not going to blunder their life away, as there's the chainmail bot out, so that extra bit of armor is going to be a little bit unfortunate to deal with. Multiple players up towards the jungle. We will be seeing a bit of a skirmish come through, possibly. However, missing out on the route. The Mbessa of Evil Lobster is just going to have to stay a little bit stalemating here. Now, up towards this engagement, we are going to be seeing the Sivir start to come in. So if you are on this blue side of DDG, you're going to want to back out. However, backing out, they will not do, and they're going to be able to provide dividends for it. Instantly going in, but Neversaw is going to be able to fall down instantly, or not Neversaw, that's going to be the support of Mr. McKim. But currently, they're going to be going down for the count. A double kill comes in. DJ Benjamin able to go up to 4-0.
Yeah, like I said, Sivir was going to be an issue. Another thing that I noticed, look at the CS difference between top right now.
Ooh, that's rough.
So that I was wondering where the goal and I started to do a little bit of research. It was very quick. I found that very quick.
As you say that, Eclipse just got bought.
Yeah, like, and so Ambess is gonna be doing a lot of damage. So I don't know. I think that I'd be worried. I will say that they are fighting over on the side of Akuma really well. These team fights are definitely working out a lot better. But if Ambessa ever gets a hold of it, I think that she's in for a world of hurt. And that would be a really bad bounty for her to grow to. Can you imagine if Ambessa gets that shutdown?
I mean, that would be rough. That would be really rough. And I think it's very likely the Sivir having 4 kills, already being on first item with the Berserker Greaves as well. Going to bring them to a massive HP advantageous position, especially when they get that coal. It gives them so much more gold efficiency too. And I mean, cookies, they got everything just looks so good for them.
Yeah, and like the Eclipse shields are so good for Evil Troy. Like that's really filthy actually. So like just, you know, a free engagement there because of the shield damage. Troy's just gonna kind of start to he's gonna continue to walk that lane down. I don't think that's gonna stop anytime soon if it's just gonna be Cassante dealing with it.
DDG already going to be trading out and equalizing these Drakes, seeming as if it's going to be almost found. We'll see whether or not anybody's going to contest. Obviously, with Neversaw coming to the Drake pit, it's going to be more likely than not that nobody's going to want to try and fight for it. As of now,
I mean,
How have they not taken it yet? Oh, well, there it is. As I say that, Sloppy Joe on the opposite side going to be hit by the stun. Never saw is just putting in a lot of work towards him. And actually, this Mbessa is going to be coming down. The public execution. Oh my god, the driving by is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that was a really good roam over on the side of Troy, and there you go. That's another kill into, I think, Neversaw's pocket there. We're looking at an engage on bot, but it looks like Ghost was used.
Oh, they don't hit the stun. That's tragic. And they don't hit the root either. Oh, man. Oh, man. Absolute. They're getting away with robbery. And D1 Benjamin. Absolutely crazy. The DJ getting away. See whether or not they can find anything more off of that back. I mean, I'd imagine they're going to be close to getting another bit of an item, possibly. But we will just wait and see what does come up of it.
Hey, Prod, can I get a stacks count on Cinna? 29. Thank you, friend.
Oh man, oh man.
That was a fun interaction right there. The stun comes out. Slappy Joe is just gonna kind of rope-a-dope and continue to flank around. Scatter the Weak does push him back a little. And I think that's about the end of that fight.
That HP difference, not great whatsoever.
That's a lot of damage right there for a lot. Yeah, Brawny did not have a good time there.
Evil Troy currently in the top side, going to be dealing with the Q coming in from Tanzo, but they are not going to falter just yet. Instead, we will be seeing the first tower down for the count. However, it won't matter just yet, as it's just the bot lane. It's not like it's in the central lane where you're really going to have to worry about it allowing the stun to come out. They want to keep going, but Brawny Fam hit by the ignite. Oh man, that's tragic.
That was fun. I love League of Legends.
Oh, it doesn't seem like it's gonna last for too long though. Support diff. Oh, that's upsetting.
I mean, that was gonna happen. But you know what else is gonna happen? Maybe Mbessa getting a kill. But
yeah, the all-in's gonna be there, but they're gonna come back with a public execution. A 3v1 situation gonna be coming in. We do see Neversaw on the opposite side, able to connect the stun. Still though, there's the Senna ult, able to connect onto 3. Reborn Mountainy down for the count, and it leaves Sloppy Joe all by their lonesome, and the stun forcing out the flash, and it's all Evil Lobster.
Oh, what a fun flash bandage toss there. Everything is coming up Millhouse all of a sudden if you're on the side of D. That was, I don't know if you could have had any better of an outcome from that, right? Evil Troy being able to tiptoe away from 3 people and then just being able to turn it around completely. A 1-0 turns into 3-0, like, and a Rip Herald. Ugh. And that's a pretty... The gold lead is flipped now, obviously. But you still have a 4-0.
Although this Rel might possibly be called out here. There's a lot of players coming up onto him, Evil Lobster being one of them. The Blast Cone's going to be able to get them out of the fray. Still, though, this Sivir in the mid side, you take him down, that's going to be really detrimental to the side of Akuma. Now, to be able to do that, there's a lot of factors you're going to have to meet, but currently, them being this pushed up, a little bit of overzealousness possibly, is going to be a big one you're going to want to meet. Reborn Mountains are going to be up there, and they will get just stunned up, but not too much damage will be applied afterwards, as there's no real follow-up for it.
Yeah, well, it was more just, it was a limit test. They were limit testing one another.
Reborn Mountain going to be able to start their pathing back up towards the mid lane, looking to possibly get some contesting. We do see the Hex Flash coming over, able to go in, double knockup. Still, though, the ultimate is going to be there. Double Root's going to be on line. Still, it's all up to 1-2 players. Root is down! Oh, that looked really almost desperate, but they are going to be able to get out. Reborn Mountainy. Still, though, with Evil Troy coming up towards the mid lane, this could become a little bit detrimental. 2 players looking to go for the back. We do see the Drake coming up in just a little bit, so that might be something both teams are going to start piloting towards. Back is there from Sloppy Joe as well. Still, Drake is up. Bit of priority over towards DDG. If they want to go for it, they definitely do have that opportunity, especially with nobody really in the contesting lane. And yeah, they're going to make their way on in.
Yeah, that's a very free ocean, Drake. I don't think anybody's going to get there in time. So, you know, we take those objectives. Do we know that Slappy Joe is taking this objective though? So we'll see if they get Froggy. It doesn't look like they. This is a safe take. And Cassidon loves blue buff. All my homies love blue buff as Cassidon. It's a given. We haven't even talked about items. Except for Eclipse. I guess we talked about Eclipse. I'm lying. Hex Flash is such a good ability. I love Hex Flash.
Currently, we do see the Herald up in the hands of Evil Lobster. If they want to try and drop that in the mid side, definitely would be a possibility. And as the time is starting to decrease in which they will have the opportunity to launch it, that might just be the best option, as it will be able to one-shot the mid lane tower. Definitely something they can go for. Instantly going to be connecting. Still, though, no real output of the stun.
And that's
unfortunately, the Leona ult will not work.
Yeah, I mean, that's Leona ult down, so if you're looking for a time to maybe fight, it's, I guess, sooner rather than later.
But look at that. The engagement's going to be there.
Dude.
Instantly, Reborn Mountain going to be going in. Booming against the tower. It's going to be the Herald to smash.
Yeah, I got 2 charges in with Shelly. That was really good on their part. I think Syndra just got another stack finished. On her abilities right there. I think that's what that little shrish thing was. That's a real sound effect. Riot, hire me. But now we'll have to see what's going on.
Still, though, we're making our way up towards the top side. Seems as if both teams are possibly going to want to start a skirmish, perchance. Down towards bot, we are going to be seeing this Cassante launching their way in. Tanza, we've seen them being pretty good. However, on the split push, I would not have expected Cassante to be a character that would really want to be doing this. However, I guess out of everyone on this team, that is the most likely to be able to find proficiency while making it happen. On the opposite side, Slappy Joe is going to be in a pretty good spot with them taking out these top lane minions. Bit of a contention possibly to come up here, as 3-4 players on DDG is going to make their way up for the Otacon. On the opposite side, it's going to be a bit of a contention as well. 3 players over there. Instantly, though, contesting is going to be online. Still, there's the Otacon, not dead yet. 7k HP, entering in the pit, looking to possibly find it, burning it down. Still, the engage is going to be there. Instantly, it's fate to make their way on in. Reborn Mastery going to be going in as well. There's the ults coming in from the center, making their way on in. Public Execution going to be there. Instead, it's going to be Evil Troy finding them first. Double kill comes out from Sloppy Joe. Instantly, a double kill gets led into the death of the first, with DJ Benjamin finding Never Saw. It's going to be looking bad, but they still keep fighting, still keep contesting. Still, they want to make anything happen, but instantly pushing in. A little bit of overzealous. This Brave Fans able to find the elimination. They still keep on going in, and they want to make it happen. The healing output is so large, but instantly Reborn Mountains are going to be able to push them. Brainy Fan gets taken down, but the jungler of the side of Akuma still going to be keeping strong. A bit of an absolute detriment, and it leads to DDG's downfall.
Oh, what a good fight. Honestly, Bronny almost brought that together. Was just a couple of... Like, this was a... It's a game where you would never buy Collector, but it's a game where you're swearing because you don't have Collector. If that makes sense. Because, like, I think that changes everything in that team fight right there. But, like I said, I don't really think that you're buying that on Senna right now. With the build path that we're going on Bronny. Can I get a stack watch? Alright, we're at 48. So we still, like, I don't know, maybe I did speak a little too soon. It doesn't seem like the Senna is being that effective at the moment. I will say that assist count, the ult coming across the map has helped a couple of times. But the damage just isn't there yet, and I don't know if that's just because of the build. more than anything else. But that would be my guess, right? I just think that build is more for a sustained kind of long-term thing and not big chunky damage, which is generally what I like to do when I'm playing on Senna.
Instantly Akuma, they get this practically for free, but in the opposite side of the map, DDG will be able to collect a Drake with ease, giving them that soul point. There it is, Drake is going to be there. It is going to be an Ocean Soul, so definitely going to be good for those prolonged battles as you get that extra HP healing. Evil Troy in the mid lane, going to be taking a couple shots from the turret. However, Sloppy Joe, going to really matter too much for him. Branding Fan on the opposite side, going to be able to take down the first tier 1 tower, but up towards the top side, going to be a tier 2 to be concluded.
I don't know. I'm kind of wondering what the next couple of team fights will look like. I apologize for being quiet there. I don't know. Gold's still sitting there even. We're 40,000. Like we're too late in the game to where like this 1,000 gold is gonna. We're almost to the point of where our buffs are gonna be going to. If it's not already, but I don't think it is yet. No. No, I am correct. I think we're still 30 seconds away. If you're Senna, you just have to be able to do a little bit more. I did like how much you were getting free hits off. Never saw did a lot of damage in that fight, but you know the Dark Seal is definitely not paying dividends like it did last game.
Yeah, that's definitely an understatement, as last game we saw 10 stacks on the Dark Seal within, I believe it was 20 minutes. This time we're 25 minutes in, and already the Dark Seal is almost depleted with only 3 stacks within it. Never saw, definitely a player you got to watch out for in any regard, as they've been a massive playmaker with most kills on the team. However, it's also been a situation where that instant aggression and just the aura that she's found, I mean, we've seen it as they have constantly been at the top of the leaderboard in terms of kills. Even this game with them having 4-3, and that allows her to be kind of the target of their opponents. We've seen Hanzo pulling at the all out, and you're always going to want to prioritize the person you know has that carry potential, and that carry potential is always on Never Saw. So possibly another engagement, possibly to come out, and yes, it will. Evil Lobster, though, going to be taking the front of it with a lot of damage applied to him, and that's possibly going to lead this mid tower to also be depleted with Benjamin coming straight on in down to it. Yes, they will. Never Saw is going to be able to get some good damage online early on in the engagement. However, it is just onto Benjamin, who certainly has not been slouching so far. So some great damage comes out from Never Saw early on. However, it's not going to lead them to waver. Still, Akuma is holding strong towards the Baron Pit. Not going to want to concede this for anything. Evil Troy, they do have that TP online, so they're going to be up towards the top side, forcing Tanzo to back and contest them up towards it. So matching this top lane is going to be the bot side as well. And Evil Troy is going to be able to take down the turret. We are going to be seeing the all out. However, Tanzo does not have the HP to sustain this. Certainly an interesting ideology coming in from them. And they're just going to start backing up, not going to chase down Evil Troy, who also had an interesting idea to not contest at all.
I think that what they were aiming for on Tanzo was to kill before the tower fell, so that you were taking, like, you got a couple of tower shots in. But just really well played by Tanzo. Just kind of to understand, yeah, no, maybe I don't. The person that's 60 CS ahead of. So that was kind of smart on that part. Speaking of being a couple of CS ahead in the bot lane, Sivir is ready for war.
Yeah, that's a little bit more than 60. Yeah, more like
Looking
60
at
plus
the
40.
items. Just look at the items.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it is around a like half an item advantage, maybe a little bit more, as there is the empowered boots, and some of those items are certainly a little bit more expensive. We see the Lord Dominix as well as the Infinity Edge. Certainly two items that are really, really good for dealing with people like the Mbessa, like the Moowy, who are going to be extremely hard to kill. Actually, I guess maybe not the Akuma as much as I would have thought. It seems as if they're going for a more AP-heavy Akuma build rather than a Tiki Akuma build. We don't see anything like the Thornmail or anything like that, so certainly an interesting ideology coming in from them to play a little bit more towards the damage-heavy aspect rather than going for more tankiness in the kit.
I mean, so I think we're getting a Randuin's right now. Unless I'm wrong on the build path. But Leandry's, yeah. Leandry's is, I mean, just super good item for somebody that does AoE. This is a free drag or a free Baron, I think.
I don't think we can say
it does
free
get
just
spotted
yet.
out. So we'll see if they come to contest. Wukong is pretty low.
Oh, that's really good. The double stun's going to be there. Going in. The Leona ult's going to hit him as well. Still, though, Evil Ops are going to try and get the Baron steal. Will they be able to get it? No, they don't. Instead, it's going to be the side of the Reborn Mountain, able to get it into their own play. But the Locket's going to be there, and it still finds nothing. Evil Troy down for the count. Instead, we do see Tonzo taking the front of the entirety of this team. The all-out was there. Still, double stun's going to be there from Neversaw. We see Reborn Mountainsy able to get some more camps, just kind of going for some extra gold. Deficit leads. It's a 3k lead in the gold. The Baron has been completed. Giving that extra bit of boost to minions going to make it hard for DDG to play offensively at all, forcing them to be a little bit more passive.
Dragon's up too. So, you know, if you're DDG, you really want to get this, and if you're Akuma Gaming, you really don't want them to get this, and they are sure to do it right now. I do think I think they get this for free because you had the back reset. And I don't hate the play on Evil Lobster to try and fight, like, and get the Baron, just maybe a little too early.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it at like 5k HP, so I think if you did go in a little bit later, it possibly would have been a little bit too late, but yeah. I mean, it makes sense.
I think that was just kind of like a bad situation all the way around.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Don't go in and get the miracle 50-50. And then the other downside was getting pushed behind Baron means you take more damage from Baron.
Yeah. The other problem is the fact that Tonzo had just kept like the rest of the team preoccupied, so it left them with like no real follow-up to the double stun we saw from Evil Lobster. But instantly, the engagement's gonna be there. Instantly going in. Amazing! Oh my god, the triple heal is gonna be there from the Senna. Instantly, we get to see Benjamin down for the count, flashing over the ball. Gonna be going back over to the mid lane, conceding everything. We do see the rail up towards this side, possibly to be called out. Maybe they will be able to get some held. They need to hold their heads high if they want to be able to get anything still. They won't secure the tower. Going in. The all-in's going to be there from this Cassante. Only for a couple seconds as they are forced to back off. We see possible flanks coming in from Reborn Mountain. Will they be able to get some extra damage on in? They're going to look for a squeeze, possibly. Evil Troy, they're just sitting in this wing. What is happening with... Okay, I'm not sure what's going on over there. Sun's going to be there. Neversaw's going to be able to get something, but Reborn Mountain going in, looking to try and secure him, but Neversaw's getting the peel. Granny Fan's able to secure the kill. Instantly, we go up to Evil Troy's going to be coming in with the flank, going in with the TP. I was a little bit skeptical. However, they're shutting me up. Neversaw finds the kill. There's the double kill from Branny Fan, and that's the tower. Marching down the mid lane is DDG dropping dead. Akuma will fall.
I like the mindset. I like trying to go in and winning that with a Wukong engagement. But that was just too much damage from DDG to somebody that gets stunned up. Like, and once Leona just hit him with Q, I don't know what else you can do.
Yeah, that was absolutely horrific. But it looked good. I mean, they made it look really nice with Reborn Mountain on the flank, able to go through the mid lane, and Brian Secure never saw. However, Branny Fan was able to just note them and find their presence, able to give a lot of support to Neversaw, keeping them alive, and that's just led to the entirety of the team crumbling. Beyond Akuma's borders, they had nothing to work with. Now Drop Dead Gaming. I mean, they're a little bit in the lead. It's still a very equal game. both teams at around 6k gold. Or 6DK gold, sorry. However, this extra Drake for Drop Dead Gaming is really seeming like it's going to be a big factor in this next engagement.
The other thing that I'm noticing is DJ Benjamin has been basically shut down in these last couple of fights, right? Was 5-0 and is now sitting at 6-2. I can't remember the assist count. So maybe there have been a couple of assist grabs as well. But you know, obviously not enough at the moment. And I think Senna's got to be close to like 80 stacks now. Is going to be my floating guess.
Evil Troy gonna take an engagement against Tanzo, who will have their back against the wall. They do have their ultimate if they so do choose. However, that would be a bit of a blunder as there's a lot of players coming in from Drop Dead Gaming to try and make a contention. Still, though, we get to note Evil Troy still in the bot lane. Lots of players over here. Possibly just trying to set up for the Drake.
Yeah.
Now, either way, both objectives are going to be spawning at similar times. So, either way, I think if you are Drop Dead Gaming, you're going to want to probably have a 4-1 split towards them. But the 4-1, oh my god, the ults are there. Double stun into the public execution, into Brady Fan finding the elimination.
Yeah, and that's just 2 times in a row, right? Like,
yeah, literally the deja vu.
Yeah, exactly. It's deja vu all over again. But I mean, what do we got? 30 seconds on
30
Elder.
seconds on both objectives. Without
Yeah.
Benjamin, it's going to be rough to make any type of play happen.
Oh, never mind.
You
It's
do have
not
your
Elder.
jungler.
That's
but
just Soul. Soul Point is up here in a second, or Soul Tying Point, like whichever way you want to look at it. But I think DDG has the chance. I don't know. Like, they're not. Are they gonna give them the chance to get Soul, like Point, or are we gonna just control this and take it?
Who knows, but what I can tell you for sure is Tanzo's going to be in a rough spot. Having to deal with so much CC. Actually, yeah, they're just going to hand over the soul. But can they take the Baron before there is the contestation? That's the question they got to be asking themselves. Seems like the answer is going to be no if they're just starting it now. Looking to possibly get on into the pit. We do see a lot of players over here. They're going to stop the Baron completely. Lots of players hiding this bush. Can't face check that. If they face check, it could be detrimental on all regards. But they don't go for the Baron.
Too tanky. I think Leon is too tanky. Like, even if they do face check, I think that they would be fine.
I think they'd be fine, but it would be a little bit more rough than one would like. Oh my god, though.
Nobody wants to face check a bush and find 3 members of an enemy team.
True that, true that. But the Cyclone's going to be out. Instantly going to be taking some aggression. We do see the Senna going for some more healing. This is really, really good. Baron gets taken, but they won't have it for free by the looks of it. Oh my god, public execution's going to be there. Instant engage. The triple hit on the opposing team. There's the locket getting activated for the side of Akuma, but they still can't get out. Trying to go in. They are unstoppable. They have gone all through.
Oh,
They're going to be forcing them out. That's some great isolation, but it won't matter for anything. Tanzo gets absolutely obliterated, and despite the good play from Tanzo, able to isolate Brawny Fan. This is the absolute just tyranny that Drop Dead Gaming provides.
Yeah, I mean, Tanzo, I thought was just trying to sit there and keep the other 2 alive, which I mean, but it was also keep the other 2 alive. And speaking of keeping the other 2 alive, you have to burn your flash there. Or else you wouldn't have been alive anymore in game 2. Boy oh boy. What do we do if we're Akuma?
I mean, there's not a lot of options. That's all there really is to it. I think for the most part, Drop Dead Gaming, they're going to want to just play for this Elder. Obviously, you can play aggressive if you're Akuma, as you do have that Baron buff, but is it a real option? I mean, that's a different story entirely. I think for the most part, you're not going to want to fight. Because, like, time and time again, we've seen everyone on Drop Dead Gaming providing the assistance and just providing the absolute firepower needed to make these wins their own. There will be a bit of a contestation onto this Leona, though.
Kiwi.
Taking the damage.
Good
A double stun is going to be
ult.
there. Instant triple stun coming in from the follow-up. Now they need to make anything happen. The Cyclone's going to be there. First go is going to be their Evil Lobster, finding their death. The stun comes down from Neversaw, forcing him away. And oh my god, they flash through the wall, but it just won't matter. They continuously go down. The rocket's going to be activated. Root's going to be there, but they still can't find anything.
Yeah, good disengage over on the side of DDG there to ensure that they get out after kind of the slight misstep. 3 minutes still left on Elder, so no real objective fears at the moment for probably the next couple of team fights, if we even get that many before the game ends. But I would say 40 minutes into the game, we're basically at the point of where the next team fight should decide it.
Yeah. Oh, wow. This certainly
Gold's
could go
completely
either
irrelevant.
team's way.
That's almost 400 CS on Evil Troy.
I don't know if I'd say gold is completely irrelevant at this point. I mean, it's definitely, like, not as relevant
I'm
as
saying
before,
that
but...
like a 2k gold lead is is 70,000
yeah.
gold into the game.
But I'm thinking, like, the 14 stack Syndra. Like, that's gonna be hard. That's hard to beat. Especially when you also have the Rabadon's death cap. Because that's gonna amplify that. Like, oh, this is a difficult game to win. But we'll have to see how it does play out as the Baron is spawning in 230. Not objective. Most teams are going to be able to contest for too lightly. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, 1:45 until the Elder is arriving.
Yeah, and I mean, you're just in the situation on where you have to be super safe and careful. That being said, you're really... How much range does Senna have?
Oh, I know it's like a little bit more than average.
140. Well, no, we have to 40 stack. We have a rapid fire cannon. I'm pretty sure that we're able to auto it at least from a football field away.
40 minutes into the game. This is only game 2. And we got to remember, if Drop Dead Gaming wins this, they do go on series point to win out on the finals. Certainly
Whoa,
would
that's
be
a catch.
Nice, but already good stuff. We do see Reborn Mountain taking so much extra applied damage. They need to get something back in exchange, but all that we're going to be seeing is a divergence over to the Elder.
Yeah, we still got 40 seconds, so we're just getting the vision game down. Make sure that everything's safe here. This is a bush camp. This might work. They're making the pings. The teleport's coming in.
Oh, teleporting over to the mid lane, contesting out of the bush. Possibly going to be coming on in. Bit of engagement is going to be seen. 4 players over here from both sides. Now, this is going to be difficult. I think realistically, Akuma should be able to get at least a little bit of a gold advantage, especially if they do opt in to take that tower before they start contesting for the Elder, but they might not have time for it. Certainly going to be very rough to make any type of play. But as of now, it's a 4v4. The Syndra's going to be looking to make anything, and Neversaw is going to be trying their hardest. But as we see the top laner of Evil Troy make their way down on into the fight, Tanzo's going to be the first one in, going on over, double stun, makes their way on through, but the triple ult from the Senna, going on in, Leona R's going to be able to connect onto two, but they still can't find anything. Here's the first one down. It's going to be a support gap, but they still can't find anything. The Elder's about to fall, but the Elder completely absorbed by Red. They need to make it, and they will. Absolutely absurdity. Evil Troy finds one, but it's just not enough. They keep going for anything they can connect. They get another Evil Troy down for a triple kill.
Tanzo.
Oh my god, Bronny fam is about to
Yep.
diff him. Oh my god, they can't connect it, but Evil Troy connects a quadra kill, closes out the fight. All that's left is one player, despite taking the Elder. This might be game.
No, I think that we're going to match point here. DDG deserving their spot to set a ticket up. Maybe not. I don't know. We've got timers. Like Fails is doing a good job keeping themselves away for the most part. And
God.
Best is damaged though at this point in the game. with never saw Evil Troy together is maybe too much for one person to stand against. It
Yeah.
looks like, but this is probably why you don't let anybody like 400 CS in a game.
Yeah. Oh my god. 414 CS, 7 kills, 2
There's
deaths.
422 on Sibber though. This game is maddening. This game is like a farm fest. I don't know if I have like 10 games in my match history on occasion that I don't hit as much CS as like in a game combined as one of these teams.
I'd like to put in my official apology to Evil Troy. I did not realize their game. I did not realize that they were this guy. I did not realize that they were that guy, because they clearly have absolute dominance over this game right now. Like, they are that person. I mean, you can't even deny it. I'm sure, like, they're like it's absurd. Now they're just gonna be able to find a quadra kill, allowing their team to connect on to a Baron. And yeah, I mean, we might see an engagement here. I don't think we're gonna see an engagement here realistically. Oh, never mind.
We're gonna find
Joe's
a catch.
be taken.
Never saw his damage.
Ooh, there's an early kill.
And
Oh, they want to jump him. But what they don't know is he's just that guy. Instantly, all 4 players connected by the Sentinel. They're going to keep on going. The rocket's going to be activated, but there's still the public execution they got to worry about. They still keep on dying, and they still keep on falling. Evil Troy's going to be able to find a triple, maybe a double. It's all they can get, but it's not going to matter. A double kill comes in from Brawny Fan. The ace is here. The game is here. Marching down the mid lane is Drop Dead Gaming, dropping their opponents to their knees and finding series point.
yeah, man, that was just really big top lane energy right there.
Oh my god.
BTE,
First game
man.
it was Never Saw. Second game it was Evil Troy. What can this team not do? It's impossible to say one person carries this series because everyone has been absurd.
I got a question. Do we
What's
see
your question?
60,000 damage from like a carry in the next game? Because we had 40,000 last game. 50,000 this game. So can I get like a 65k next game? Like I mean that's not a lot to ask for from either team. So, you know, let's just see it.
Who we think's gonna do it? Evil Lobster or Brandy Fan?
It'll be Kiwiism. It'll be
Oh.
Mr. Kiwi. If it's over there, and then it'll obviously be fails if it's Akuma Gaming. I'm not giving you. I just want to see a good game. That was a very good game. That was long played out. That was full items from everyone. We have gold on gold on gold spent. Like I basically Scrooge McDuck vault worth of gold in this game. I want to see a really good game 3. I can't wait.
A 45-minute game concludes with series on the line for Akuma. Can they close it out? Will they be able to get the reverse sweep? We saw a reverse sweep in the LCK the other day, but will it happen here? That's a question that nobody will know the answer to. We'll go to a quick little break. We'll be back with game number 3.
We back.
Returning after game number 2, went the distance, a 45-minute game, almost an hour. We're seeing game number 3 upon us. Feedonomics, we're getting similar bans to what we've seen. Will the Tryndamere come to a close once more? Yes, it will.
Yeah, we don't want to see mid lane Tryndamere. That does sound really annoying to never saw's like I guess bucket list of champions based off of what we've seen her play like throughout the season.
Yeah, I'd
Double Snuff is a
imagine.
comfort pick for Joe.
Oh, do we see Neversaw on the Aurora next? That was
Yeah,
kind of what I was thinking.
I mean
That would make a
either
lot of
that or
sense.
Troy, right? But I don't think that they'll
Yeah.
take it top. I mean, they can flex it top,
Well,
but that doesn't sound
mm,
like something that's not that Evil Troy can't play it, but not something that I feel like is Evil Troyish based off of what I've seen.
yeah, I mean, they're kinda similar to the Mbessa in a couple ways,
What?
but
No,
not
stop.
really.
No.
So, yeah. I mean, yeah, there's not, like, a lot of similarities. Like, they both can kinda assassinate, but that's about it. I like this. The Vi's gonna be locked along with the Ashe, so they got some really good engage with that Season Assist, with the Magical Enchanted Arrow. Seems like a Jhin possibly gets locked in. I like that a lot. I think that the Jhin is a really strong pick right now, and especially with an Aurora, this can work really well together. Comboing those between worlds and the uh curtain call, like both are ridiculously strong when it comes to being able to just find some slows, find some AoE or not AoE, sorry, but find just some in general close combat. But all right, a Nocturne. So really, those engaged junglers are going to be coming out in full stride today.
Yeah, and I think that I mean that and a spell shield. I think the spell shield might come in real handy this game.
Oh, that's very
Um
true. Yeah.
for obvious reasons. So, but DDG not pulling out any of the stops or anything like that. Um and then I just get handed a box of Cheez-Its, I'm sorry. Um and then the Akali getting locked in on the side of Akuma Gaming. Um
Akali is a fun one. That's realistically in the mid. I think it could play pretty well into a Nocturne as the spell shield, I believe, gets depleted by the first hit of the E, and then when you come back for the real damage, that's when it really comes straight on at you. But Braum's going to be locked in as the next ban, so really going to pinch out the mid lane, or not mid lane, sorry, the support. Unlike what we saw last game from DDG where they really started pinching out the mid lane after that second ban phase started. So they're going to go for the Rakan. Lots of supports banned from both teams, which is a bit interesting, seeing as that Ashe could possibly be flexed as support. Realistically, it won't be, but there is always that chances. We did see that the other day in the LCK, so really, it could be anywhere. I mean, who knows?
um yeah, but I do think that that's going to go into the hands. Well,
See what I say. What I say. Look at me. Look at me. Because you were about to object. You were about to say, no, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that. But there it is. Ashe support gets
it could be a
locked,
top lane Ash.
baby. That would be funny. And I think
It
I'd
could
be
be a
so
top lane
down for
Ash. It
that.
won't
That'll
be a
be
top lane Ash, but it could
hilarious.
be a top lane Ash.
I think that's a little bit of a stretch, but the Nautilus. Huh.
Nah, that's really good. So this time DDG isn't going to fall for like the we're not gonna pick area in game like we didn't in game one. We're gonna say no, that's fine. We're just gonna be able to click and destroy one of your key characters in the bot lane after 6 moving forward.
I really like the Nautilus. Oh, baby.
Like,
And the Yorick makes sense too, because they've been really good at split pushing.
no, this is scarier.
Oh, that's even worse. Wait, how is the Gwen not being banned? Oh,
It's
that's
just got
I
through
don't
this
want
time.
I don't want to be that guy, but I'm not looking forward to seeing Akuma having to face this. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it's oh my god. Okay, we're seeing the Akali top possibly.
No,
Well,
I'm
maybe
cool
not.
with this too.
I think this is gonna be funny as well. Riven locks in. Huh. We'll see how the Riven can match against the Gwen. Both of these are going to be very absurd. I'm loving this though. I gotta say, I'm loving each and every second of this. I cannot wait to see how these teams are going to bring this in and bring this forward into this game. But we're going to go to a quick little break before we head on into game number 3, the possible final map of the night. So make sure not head anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to be a big game to determine who moves on to the grand final.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back for the match point possibly between DDG and Akuma Game. You know, it's me, Tabby Slime, Feedonomics on the mic, over here with Cherry J. We got
Guys.
some codes in the prod booth. What, Cherry?
Oh my god.
Oh, are we gonna
Look,
have a battle?
everyone.
Battle Royale, Battle Royale.
Fortnite Battle Royale coming on in. What's up, guys? It's your boy. Oh my god, look at the volley arrows, but it's not gonna matter. Instant first blood gets achieved. They keep going in. They keep going for more, and they're gonna be able to find it backing up, but it's gonna be absolutely absurd. Hanzo makes the run for the hills. Looking to try and get out, but will they be able to? That's a real question. We see, never saw. Absolutely detrimental. Can they be able to get anything away? Still, though, flashing over, trying to get away. The Gwen still kicking. Tanzo gonna be going straight on forward, but they're absolutely. No, the flash. Wait, but they still might be able to get out. This might have been a detrimental situation. Bam! Takes the kill.
And then walks into lane.
Yeah.
Walks into lane, still has everything. 2 kills
Oh,
to start
God.
this game off for Jin. So Tanzo does have a kill, but he's...
So we're in agreement that this game's over, right?
No, we're not. We're not.
Dang. Branny fan being 2-0? I
It's
don't
not-
know.
Not over until it's over. This is like still an engaged comp. It's still a Jin. He will explode if he's ever picked. I don't know. He did take one. So we were smart there. Slappy Joe taking a bunch of damage here.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
one more auto.
Slappy Joe is not gonna. Oh my
Whoa!
god, that's absurd. They can't keep getting away with this, stealing away these eliminations and absolute in fashion. I mean, it really is just so absurd. The fact that Neversaw got the kill off of the Electrocute, I believe. And now coming on into the bot lane, we get to see even more of this wave just crashing on down, giving so much extra CS. This is an impressive lane from the side of Akuma with both of, I can't speak, an Ashe along with the Kaisa. So you would expect them to be able to play ridiculous early. And we do kind of see that with 12 CS already being picked up. However, in terms of being able to actually win the lane, those 2 kills are going to be so difficult to deal with, especially once we do see the back come through from Branny Fan, as they'll probably be able to get the serrated Dirk relatively quickly.
Yeah, but like I said, they are a lot of damage once we get to the point of like, Tanzo also kind of trying to fight Troy, doing a good job at landing all the combo. But you know.
Oh, Evil Troy might be in a bit of a pickle. They do have the flash if they do so need, and they might need it. We won't see it just yet. Branny Fan's going to be able to take a little bit of damage.
Nocturne's coming up, though.
That's going to be rough. We're going to be seeing Tanzo in a rough spot
is
for
a way
sure.
to look at it for sure. We'll see.
However, oh, this could be really bad.
Tanzo doesn't have flash or anything. I think it's fine. Like, this is not a standoff. Oof. Also, I think the very first kill was because of Q's second proc. Boop. That was a good engage. Nothing else. Alright. Back to boring league.
Yeah.
Farm of Legends. What do we got going on for CS? Cool.
Hitting that 4th auto. Definitely some nice stuff from Branny Fan. See what they can make happen next up. Neversaw, however, just going to be poking and prodding around this lane.
Akali's just not going to be able to do anything yet. A couple more levels. I think that Akali will be more of a problem. And be able to actually fight the Aurora back. But we'll have to see. I don't know how that lane stays going, but I like the early kills that Neversaw keeps grabbing in these games is like huge.
Ooh, look at that. The engage is going to be there. Will they be able to secure the cannon? That's the question. Go the engagement. Not able to connect the second rope, but there is going to be the Nocturne coming down. They are still only level 4, so no paranoia available for them. But currently, Evil Troy's going to have to deal with this topside lane. I don't know if they got that cannon, but sure do hope so.
Yeah, Riven buying CDR boots right away.
Also,
Makes a lot of sense.
Lobster being down here. DJ trying to
Ooh.
bait everybody out. Nothing gonna come from it though. I mean, that was gonna be smart because Bronny was low. That would have been an bounty as well.
Definitely looking like both teams are going to want to possibly try and fight for this Drake upcoming.
Yeah, and there was your window to get kind of a fair fight against the bot lane. Now it's Jin gets to spend his two. Yeah, there's a longsword. There's some boots. There's a refillable pot. That was a shopping spree.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'd imagine that we're going to see them wanting to go for the collector, as especially since there's no tanky supports on the opposite side for Akuma. They're going to have a field day being able to use that to their fullest. We'll see how that does play out, though, as currently this mid lane is going to be pretty much dominated by Neversaw once more. The Akali, definitely a fun character in terms of being able to find stuff. However, I'm not sure how I'm feeling about that against this team composition, as there's not a lot of targets that are going to be easily accessible, as you get a lot of movement when you're playing this Nocturne and this Gwen along with the Aurora. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's like you're going to have these two bot laners together for the most part. And some damage is going to come out. Not going to be able to find the kill on this support, but they will be able to get a decent amount of damage applied. So currently, if you are just trying to get this extra damage, you're doing a great job, but oh no, this might be bad for Tanzo, as they're going to have to deal with a lot of damage. However, the comeback is there. The Cease and Assist will get them the kill. The needlework is found, and actually they didn't even use the Cease and Assist. They're going to use it here, though. Ultimate being forced out of Evil Troy, and that will lead him to be in a pretty rough spot. However, on the opposite side of the map, Mr. Killism getting the elimination. Possibly going to be able to find a second, trying to sidestep, trying to play around, dancing throughout the lane. And still going to be dodging away the hook.
Oh, be careful, DJ!
Oh, flash!
Oh, DJ, you can win this!
Oh, the root is there! They force out the barrier!
It's a trade, at least.
That's not a worthwhile trade, though. That's rough.
No, it's better than not trading,
Well,
Cherry.
Yeah, well, obviously they're not, but it's like comparatively, like.
What do you mean comparatively? Of course you don't want to die. You never. Come on.
I mean, it's good. It's good that
we're
they got
happy we traded. We're happy we traded. That's a situation on where we'd say in all chat we take how to BM 101. But like that's what I would feel like after that trade. At least I got one. If he didn't have a passive that rooted me, I'd have won that, which is a really weird specific thing to say, but whatever. Never saw his damage. Sleepy Joe has to be careful. They are an ultimate way from getting bopped. Oh. I mean,
Oh my god.
it was very close. There was just no W, I think, that landed there. Oh, what
On the bot lane.
What a fun hero.
More possible engages to be coming out. We'll see what does end up coming out of this game. Obviously, Drop Dead Gaming, they are in a bit of an advantageous position. Still, the Drake has not been taken. This is a Chemtech, so definitely not the most worthwhile. However, it is something that both teams are going to look at.
Maybe. I don't know if Tanzo is going to be able to walk out of... They're both kind of looking. Tanzo in the...
Oh, gonna be grabbing him straight up. The double root's gonna be there.
Damage.
Still, Bronny fan pulling out the curtain call, threading the needle. And still not gonna be able to get out just yet. Still, there's a double kill. Absolute absurdity comes out, and Bronny fan collects 5 eliminations this game.
Okay, now that lane's kind of like bad spot.
But
it wasn't at 2-0. It was still completely like, it wasn't even, but they could still win the lane easily. Now I think it's a little difficult to win.
I wouldn't say well, actually yes, easily, because they didn't back on the 2-0, so it was literally just like they're playing the lane basically equal. But then they got the serrated Dirk on the back along with the longsword. Like, at that point, it was a little bit scary.
I think yeah, scary, but like we were still competing with a BF sword, so it was still okay. And this team can still be in a position on where Jin can't do anything
Oh?
right. Speaking of can't do
Oh,
anything.
look at the Beyond Worlds. Oh my god. Going between them and Folly's going to be taken down. Fail's not going to have a great spot. Oh my god.
7 kills for
How
the
the
spot
bot
lane
lane is
already.
how the bot lane is
Hanzo.
fallen for Akuma. Game
I mean-
1, that bot lane was something we were fearful of. And now it's looking like they're going to be the reason this possibly could go to a loss. Well, that's not true, but definitely
Oof.
seeming rough.
Well, I mean, you know, the other game went 50 minutes, so the game's still young. Tanza's
The game
just
is
sorta
definitely still young.
getting his CS worth, proxying the wave.
Yeah, but we can note that both the mid laner and the jungler are starting to head up here, so this could become really scary if they are able to get this kill onto the Riven. That's one of the only players besides the jungler who is really in a good spot. Ooh, this could be bad.
So this
I
is gonna
mean,
be the
we are
first
going to be
paranoia
seeing...
of the game. Yeah, there's the
Oh, that's
good
rough. And they flash over the wall.
though. Tanzo
Oh,
decides
but they
to
might not
say,
get out. There's no more
Say
needlework as they did
done.
expend that, unfortunately, but
He gets
Oh, that's
Tanzo gets out.
rough.
That was sick. The ult coming out. This is a Jin gonna get.
oh, the season is
Oh,
going to be there. They're still going in.
that's the
Wait, that was
shutdown.
absurd. But they're not going to be able to live. Oh my god. Wait, but there's still the trade. Oh, that's absurd.
Yeah,
Fail's
no,
able to
I
get
mean,
that kill somehow.
so there you go. Like it's that sort of situation, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, we're still in this situation on where mid is a burst mage. So if Akali gets enough to be able to sit there and do a full computation, also another way to kill Jin.
Can we...
Obviously not there right now, but
I think we should low-key talk about the fact there's a 4-kill deficit at 12.5 minutes, and somehow Drop Dead Gaming doesn't have a gold advantage.
I mean, you just look at our CS. Everyone, like, I feel like it's almost a CS advantage everywhere. Maybe it's an objective advantage.
I mean, you kind of expect Jin to
Yeah,
have a
it
little
is.
bit less CS as their farm
Well,
is not too great, but Hanzo
have-
still just proxying. I don't like
Also-
this.
Also, plates. I think plates have a lot to do with
Oh yeah,
it, too.
plates were a big thing. Ooh.
But, you know, they do have grubbies as Akuma's, like, sitting in a pretty good spot, like, gold-wise. And so that was sort of the same thing in DDG's favor, like, right? Like, DDG didn't have...
Oh,
It's gonna be another dead Kaisa, though. Ooh, good flash, good arrow. Good engage
Oh, that's
accidentally.
bad.
Yep.
Oh, Mr. Kiwism. That wasn't
Alright.
great.
Tanzo might go down there, though. Maybe not. Tanzo looks like they get away. Did have to ult. Oh, that was a good stun.
See, there's no
Yule's out of
needlework
mana.
available, so Tanzo might possibly be able to win this engagement. However, they are going to be backing off. Still, though, it is... that's rough. They do have the Ravenous Hydra, so if they do keep proxying waves, they are going to be able to get that HP back online pretty simply, pretty quickly.
Vi is
We'll
here
wait and
too,
see.
though. Wanted to do the same thing as last time, but didn't have the event. You're being near, but will engage.
Oh,
Ooh.
great stuff
See?
coming in. Killer Instincts gonna be there, able to collect onto a kill.
Yeah, but you have Aurora nearby. Like Never Saw is hanging out on the wing, deciding to move back up now. But I mean, I would say Akuma's equalizing. I mean, they have a gold lead now. They're behind in kills and they have a gold lead.
Oh,
Sleepy Joe's starting to do damage to like Aurora now too, but in trouble maybe. Could ult away. Yeah, whatever. No fight there. Tanzo trying to get the top lane. Tanzo also up in CS at the moment. Jungle is up as well. You're up in the bot lane technically. Yeah, sort of. I guess that's going back and forth. But Tanzo is definitely doing a very good job.
The way I kind of see this is like, yeah, there's a bit of an advantage for Akuma, but oh, that was really nice actually. That arrow is going to deal a lot of damage. It's not going to be able to collect the win.
Oh, it is.
Oh my god. And tons off the back of that Ash arrow. That's crazy good, but they're going to be able to collect not only the kill, but also a turret off of it. That might have just gotten them a big lead. That's going to be very difficult. This is a 3k
It's gonna be
goal
more
deficit at this
than
point.
it's gonna be a lot.
Yeah.
Actually, that's gonna be a lot to this next turret as well, because nobody's there to really stop it. And Troy's not gonna be up for like another 10 seconds. They're just lucky Riven doesn't have ult at the moment, or else this tower would definitely fall.
Yeah.
And then Drake also going over to Akuma. Like, I honestly, can we see how much he's doing to the tower? Oh no, because there's an engage.
Oh,
I'm
and
just
yeah, the
kidding.
killer instinct's gonna come out as well. Seems like a paranoia is being
Whoa!
launched. Yeah, that paranoia is coming in on the top side, but unfortunately, with Mr. Kiwism gonna be falling down, between worlds gonna be on. Oh man, and yep, the current call is gonna be there, able to apply a little bit of damage, but the Ash arrow is gonna be online, able to stun him up, canceling
No,
the ult, and
it missed. He just canceled the ult.
Oh, did
because
it?
He was gonna
Oh.
get hit by the arrow. Yeah,
I
it
think-
goes wide.
how I'm seeing this game is realistically, we're probably going to be seeing a massive lead for Akuma. It's going to come down to will DDG be able to win a team fight and be able to equalize? And I think the answer right now is seeming like no. The problem is the Kaisa Ash combo. I don't know how I feel about that because there's no real sustain to back it up besides the Vi. I mean, you don't like you kind of have something in the Riven, but the Akali's not going to be with you. They're going to be going for flanks, and Riven's like kind of a front line kind of not. It's more of just a fighter. So, I think compositional wise, I don't know. I like the Hex Drinker. I think that makes a lot of sense as that's going to be good to semi deal with this Gwen, who's going to be your real biggest competition. But I don't know. I think for the most part that DDG is just not in a great spot, but if they're gonna win this game, it's gonna be with team fight.
I mean, yeah, this is Tanzo's doing a great job making space for his team. You know, you have a technical counter in Gwen if Gwen can get the items to do it, but hasn't been able to yet. And I don't know, it's free.
Yeah. We are gonna be seeing
Like, look at this fight. Look
pulled
at
up. But the
it's
Ashero does
huge.
connect somehow. Still though, Between Worlds gonna be online. The Paranoia is gonna be there as well. Near sight. An evil lobster secures an elimination onto Tanzo. I believe that was a bounty as well, but the Herald is down for the count. They are going to be looking to go in. The Root's going to be there coming on. The ult is fronting. The Nautilus looks to go for something more. The curtain call there. And they will be able to snipe out onto Fails. Still, though, sniping him out isn't going to be enough. Slappy Joe's going to be able to get the elimination. Never saw us down, and it's a 2-for-2 combo.
And that's sort of what I was talking about with their team, right? Ooh, that's good from Evil Lobster
Ooh, the
trying to
smite.
do it, but it's not enough. Ooh!
And look at that. The passive's almost allowed. They somehow shut down.
Oh!
Oh, nerves of steel for sure. Aren't we?
Like, I'm just so impressed. Like I said, Tanzo's spacing as far as commanding the enemy team to go deal with them is huge right now. Slappy Joe's getting to the point of where they have, you know, enough levels to do damage. Tanzo kind of getting engaged on in here. There are a couple of DDG up there. So Ash is nearby, like, you know, my ult is ready. Tanzo gonna find Nocturne. Get
but that
feared
might have
up.
not been a find they want to find. Obviously, the Ash Arrow is going to be available, so they are probably going to want to drop that involved. But Tanzo still is able to find the elimination. Still, Between Worlds not going to be able to get anything, and Tanzo going in for the counterplay.
Tanzo's gonna get a
Looking
double
to
kill?
secure it. They will be able to secure it.
Is it? Okay, there are too many people there for Tanzo to continue going. Tanzo, the whole team's there. Please don't do this. Just ridiculously well played. Wants this tower. Tanzo wants this tower so bad. Gonna grab it right here. Super easy. Boom. Look at all that golden.
700 gold.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, almost 1,000 just for that little bit of damage. Absolutely absurdity.
Oh,
And
the
now
ult.
coming on in.
This is a
It's
dead.
going to be the Hunter's Instincts as well. That Primate is absolutely absurd, and they keep on going.
Yeah, and I mean, this may be this tower as well. Well, no. She's there. We use Rift Herald somewhere? Am I crazy?
The Rift Herald was already used, yes, in the mid
Okay,
lane.
cool.
But
Yeah,
currently, we are going to be seeing both teams rocking towards this jungle, possibly looking to go for the Drake, and they will be able to secure it. Akuma unlocking the halfway point for a soul. Certainly an interesting point to be able to get so much.
Well, and when you're a team that's basically like burst the interactive game, like a red dragon is your friend dragon. I don't know if that's a real saying, but it is now. I'm gonna trademark it. But yeah, I think that everything's kind of going for them. Look at this evil troll getting jumped in. Still there. He's gonna die again. Yep, there it is.
Oh,
One more Q. Is that the enough? Yep.
oh my god. A 7k gold deficit at 22 minutes. Holy moly. Now that is tragic if I've ever seen it. And currently, Drop Dead Gaming, they've been really good this series. Currently, though, a bit of a blunder might be seen.
Oh,
Certainly a blunder to be found. Tanzo backs against the wall. There's the Between
That's a
Worlds,
good
and they
pick.
still find their way back to the tower, almost able to escape it. But we see the flank coming through.
Jin,
Oh
look
my
out!
god, they somehow get found out! Zeesness is going to be able to come out. Certainly going to be rough. Still, though, they're not dead just yet. They finally get taken down by the full lobster, evil lobster, but certainly Slappy
DJ.
Joe's going to be able to get the value they want. Double kill comes out from Slappy Joe. They want to make something more. Fails able to take down Brandy Fan. Still, though, they can't complete the tower without the minions.
Yeah, but they're here now.
Yeah, they were here now.
Minions
so it was
are
only
here.
2 shots.
The little dudes are there. Like, this is an inhib. Everything's kind of coming up for Akuma. I thought that was going to be an awful situation for them. It technically was. Like, 2 bounties went over of DDG. I technically don't know who got it, but like huge. Like that'll be a helpful goal. Like, right? You need that whenever you're down this much at the moment.
Well, I don't even think they got any, like, extra gold. Like, the deficit didn't close. In fact, it actually opened even more. It's now over an 8k gold. Almost a 9,000 gold lead.
Okay, but it would have been higher if they didn't get those bounties.
That is true, but if they didn't fight... actually, if they didn't fight at all, there would have just been a couple towers down. Which would have led it to be probably a similar situation. But we will have to wait and see. Obviously, with the Herald up... Or not Herald, sorry. The Baron up in a couple of seconds. It will be realistically gonna be Drop Dead Gaming gonna have to concede that more likely than not. But as the fleeing effect does pursue onto Sleepy
golly.
Joe, they're gonna force the rocket belt out and not actually be able to find anything off of it.
Yeah, and looking at items, let's look at items again. We haven't done. It does look like I'm looking at Gwen's items. Not the build that I was anticipating. Nocturne only being on 1 item is like, well, okay, just finished his second one. I didn't know if he had Sterix or not. But
Yeah, their
Yeah.
Baron's going down. No contesting available. 25 minutes and 15 seconds. Barely spawning. And at this point, there's going to be a consolation kill more likely than not. I'd imagine Sleepy Joe's not going to... No way they get out. No
dash two.
way. No way. Oh my god. They
Boom!
find their way out and they find a kill to go with it. This might just be G to the G's. Able to march their way on through the lanes. Their
Ooh,
Ash
the
arrow
arrow
will not
barely
connect.
missed
However,
him.
the connection onto the tower will be there. First is the top side. The mid's already been depleted, but currently every single wave forcing the side of Drop Dead Gaming on into their spawns. Looking to make any type of aggression will be absolutely met with turmoil. And we see it with the Ash arrows volleying through into the gates. And honestly, this might just be an absolute tragedy.
I mean, a tragedy or a reverse sweep?
A reverse sweep is definitely on the cards. We saw Gen G do it earlier. Can they do it too? Now, it wouldn't make sense as Gen G was the higher
Troy?
seed. But now Troy making
Oh.
nothing. The absolute demolishing, absolute absurdity is seen going into the opposing spawn and finding eliminations in there. The well is not seen. The fountain is not seen. It's going to be game over, an absolute massacre. 26 minutes and 48 seconds is all it took for this game to be reasonably able to make a comeback.
60,000 damage? Darn it. I was really
Oh
hoping.
my god, yeah. That wasn't nearly as like... I mean, that was more one-sided for sure, but... Oh my god. That is rough.
Objectives. Like, objectives were the name of the game in that one. Tower plates and Tanzo's Riven. Those would have been my kind of key factors in that matchup. But I just how much attention they were commanding from the top lane, 2 to 3 trading, or just getting out and walking away. It was, I mean, that was just a really well played game on the side of Akuma to kind of bring it at least to a game 4.
Game 4 on the cards. Can they equalize? Akuma certainly seeming like it's going to be their game to take, as that was a very dominant game, as convincingly as it could have been. But unfortunately, we're going to be going to a quick little break. We don't get to start this immediately, but we might be back immediately. We'll see you just after this. Well, we're returning. Game number 3 was an absolute stomping ground. That's all there really was to it. We saw one player specifically on that bot lane looking good from the side of Drop Dead Gaming. However, when it came down to it, they just could not keep up the momentum, and it led to Akuma being able to secure it. Coming into game number 4, this is where it really comes down to. Will we see game 5? Will the tonight's be cut short? I don't know. Feedonomics, what do you think?
Well, I
Oh,
think we're only gonna have 3 bans this time around, so we're gonna get more heroes like through. DDG's thinking really hard and excited to, but
I
that means that
think
if there is a
that the
game 5,
sides are swapped just for our production. Unfortunate. I was gonna say because that Tryndamere, wrong side.
yeah, I was hip to it. I was using the actual like band stuff. So Trundle comes through this time. So Akuma does get a hold of Trundle. Jinx Jarvan getting selected on the side of DDG. So I mean, good beat 'em up jungler, really strong AD carry. No more bans are gonna get to come out here. So like we're just flying free from this point forward, right? I'm not crazy, Prod. Help me, Prod,
I thought that was
please.
game 5.
No, game 5 is
Oh.
no bans.
Oh, fun. Well, I like the Zeri. I think the Zeri makes a lot of sense. A lot of ADCs are gone at this point, with 6 being taken off the board already. 7 if you include the Hui, but 8 if you include the Ashe as well. So
Okay.
Zeri, there's not a lot of options, and it makes sense you're gonna want to lock something with a little bit more mobility, and especially when you have that Trundle. So you got that fast engagement-based character in the Zeri, and along with that, you have that Trundle to close out those other lanes. So on the opposite side, support can be picked in. I like it. I think it makes a lot of sense. The Jinx is probably going to want to go a little bit more of a damage impactful thing, but where they can really shut down that con before they pull out their ult and before they can get all of the mobility in the world. We'll see what they do lock in next. Most likely going to go with a support of their own. Yeah, it does seem like it with the Zillion gets locked in.
Zillion's a pretty good pick in I like that a lot. The revive's gonna come in handy more than once. At least if it doesn't revive somebody, it's always kind of like, we can't hit them for 3 or 4 seconds deterrent. It's kind of like way back in the day, whenever you had the Yorick ghost, and initially people wouldn't kill the person because they want the Yorick ghost to pop up. And then I think the meta turned into killing the ghost pretty quickly because people realized they could just. Oh, maybe I thought I guess I was wrong on bans. I thought that it was.
No, they're banning out characters that have already been
Oh, yeah,
picked.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, but we'll see what they do end up blocking in. Obviously, there's still that top and most likely the mid from both teams, unless that's like Trundle top, and then they're going to go for the jungle, which would make a bit of sense. But realistically, we'll just have to wait and see. Currently, though, I'd imagine they're going to want to go with something that has a little bit of AP, and yeah, that's going to be the case. They're going to go with what seems to be a little bit more of that control mage. So we'll see how they can make this happen. Obviously, this is the same person Never Saw who's been doing it. She's been a great adaptation to what this team has offered, and I think for the most part, like the aspect she brings to this team, it's just so good. Moving her over to an Azir, I think it's gonna work. LeBlanc on the opposite side.
So
We've
same
seen this
deal.
type of matchup. I don't like it. I think that Neversaw's gonna roll it, but I think that just the artillery fire that she provides is so good, and especially
Well,
with these.
I think that this isn't the same exactly as Akali, right? But logic is still in the same boat to where it's a click and delete character. Tanzo looking like Jack, unless like you said, there's a swap in between jungle and but I think that's the way that it's gonna be, and if Tanzo can play Jax to any equivalency that he can play the Riven, you've got good things happening. But I do like the that's a lot of AP on the side of DDG. However, that's also like not a lot of resistances for Trundle to steal in any given fight.
I think it's definitely it's heavier on the AP side, but I don't think it's like crazy. It's not like they're also running like a AP juggler, which is gonna make it like absurd. And then everyone's just gonna build magic resist, and then everyone's just gonna be able to survive infinitely. Um,
It's, I mean, it's still 3 AP.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I think the mid and top is definitely a bit concerning. However, the Zillion, are we really counting this? I mean, it's a support character. It does have AP, but it's like not going to be reliant on it. Instead, you're going to be really running the character for those resurrections, which I think are going to be really helpful on people like this Jinx, like this Jarvan, who are going to be really up in their faces, especially when it comes down to the Trundle, who, like, if they can attach onto somebody and just keep hitting them, you're not going to be able to escape because that slowing effect. What's really going to happen is you're going to have to resist, you're going to have to rely on that resurrection to come out. And if you can do that, you're going to be absolutely fine.
Mhm. I'm just doing a little bit of curious thing. Okay, time warp doesn't actually modify based off of anything. Because I was just curious if it scaled with AP. That would have been silly. But bombs scaled 90% with ability power.
Ooh.
So it's almost 1 for 1. It basically is. So any books that Zillion's gonna buy are gonna load really well. And then his AP is a 200-to-1 heal, like percentage in ability. Like, I don't know. I think that not calling him an AP is wrong. He's gonna build it. He's gonna be scary with it. And CDR. Those are the two things that you build on the Zill.
That's
Um,
true.
but yeah, I don't like the picking on the side of D absolutely like neuter um Trundle. Like Trundle has nobody to go in on to get a lot of good armor off of unless Jarvan pops W around.
Yeah, I definitely am a little bit scared to see what this Trundle is going to offer us. However, we're going to have to see in just a little bit. We're going to go to a quick little break. We'll be back with the game in just a little bit. But, ladies and gentlemen, make sure not to go anywhere. We're going to be back right after this. And we're returning. Game number 4 is upon us. As we saw, there's possible for a reverse sweep. My name is Jerry J, joined once more by Feedonomics on the desk. Big game ahead of us. Will we go to a map 5? Will we see this end short, cutting it for DDG's finishing ticket and marking them to the grand final?
Yeah, I mean, Akuma's not out of it yet. Obviously playing really good. We have a side switch this game as well. So, you know, they get the first 2 picks in a rotation. First blood, man. That's just rough. The damage is dealt. But you know, they get the first 2 picks this time around. Only 3 bans coming out this time. They're doing everything to like weather Trindamere going to come out. Game 5 is forced, right? Another bomb at that time. So, does make sense that landed there. He's going to take a little bit more than that too. Okay. But yeah, I'm excited to kind of watch this one come out. Sloppy Joe definitely playing these pretty well after taking this kind of beating in the beginning of the game. But now that, you know, LeBlanc is a little bit more ranged, maybe that she can fight out the boys a little bit better than any of the other matchups so far. But I'm still super worried about Trundle.
You gotta note the fact that this is gonna be difficult. I mean, we see Jinx and a Zillion in the bot lane. That's very impressive, because even if you get close at that level 6 range, it's going to be difficult to find any real value, especially when you get in range of those bombs. Definitely not something you want to activate, because, oh, it's as you said, that 90-10 AP scaling is rough. It is rough, but we'll have to wait and see how that does end up playing out, as both teams are going to have a little bit of a rough part of them. Obviously, after the Zillion rework came and giving them that double bomb, it definitely seems a little bit more unfortunate, but currently, nothing too crazy happening around the map. Not like last game, where we saw a 2-kill deficit go down onto Brawny Fam early on. This time, they're going to be switching sides to the red side.
Oh, be careful. Troy's got a flash here, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately, Evil Troy will have to expend that. Oh,
whoa, never mind.
That's difficult. And Evil Troy's going to keep up.
Almost be back up, though. But I guess then the flash is there, so he'd be fine. But yeah, I suppose if you're Troy, you may have to... Oh, never mind. The jungle there to help. Don't do it, Tanzo.
Oh, this could be
There's
rough.
a fight in the top. No, not anymore. Ooh, never saw. Is gonna die.
Oh my god, there's the first blood off of the root. And, I mean, never saw. That's not great. I was glazing him a little bit, but with her down for the count, who knows how this game's going to go. They're already buying a little bit of magic resistance, so definitely seeming like they want to play a little bit more carefully.
Alright, I see you. I see you, Joe. Trying to land that cheeky chain. But yeah, I don't know. Fun game so far. I do like LeBlanc. Like I said, pretty good at being the bully. Sandy dudes. And you know, just early in the game, Azir can't summon as many of them as, so, you know, inherent disadvantage at that point. And never saw understanding the matchup, realizes that they want the magic resist, so, you know, good game sense so far.
Bit of a lead has been taken for Akuma. Frosted Donuts, they are not in a bad spot whatsoever. However, Did Gaming, they are going to be coming straight on up. The root's going to be there, trying to make the counterattack work in their favor, but still not there. Tanta looking to make something, but flashing over the wall. Going to be done. Oh, but the double flash expended. Evil Troy's able to find the kill, though.
I mean, that's good for Troy, but really well played over on the side of Tanzo, too, to force out all the summoner spells. There, the auto attack, I think, gave him a grasp proc, which forced that second flash out from Troy to secure it. So, you know, I think that's another we take those.
Gold deficit still hasn't seemed to be closing any narrower, however, as it's still around a 400 differential between the two teams. Currently, we are seeing a bit of a tankiness being built out for the rise up on the top side. Evil Troy going to be having 2 ruby crystals. Not sure entirely what they're going to be building for. Possibly going to go for a heart steal, which would make a bit of sense. However, you're not really an auto attack based champion, so who knows? With an engagement. Seeming like a double stun is going to be an absolute nightmare to get dealt with, but taxing away, going to have to deal with it whatsoever.
But I don't know. I wonder if we're gonna see any more action top from these junglers coming up. You do have Lobster technically nearby. Could walk up. That would be diabolical. Speaking of help, almost land.
Oh, that could be bad. Able to connect the electrocute. Still though, not gonna get too much off of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is what's gonna happen. Though you have, you're gonna get out by. So Pink's coming out, warning each other that everybody's there. There's 3 members top. The engage coming in. Okay.
Oh, look at that extra damage. Evil Troy's going to be melting them straight to a crisp. And that is really nice because the Valors never sought to be able to get a little bit of damage up in the bot side. Not able to equalize the CS just yet. However, the Hextech Alternator is a real bully, especially in the hands of this champ. The LeBlanc is so strong, and you really don't want to have to mess with it just yet.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's going to be Ludens. We should see Boots coming in soon. Still has a CS lead despite like roaming top once or twice. Or at least that one time. So, you know, the Slappy's in a good spot. The engagement on Evil Troy.
Evil Troy's going to take a bit of damage. However, without that counterattack available, it will allow Evil Troy to possibly mount their own. Going for a bit of damage. There's going to be the ignite. However, the shield is there. And the barrier is going to allow them to ignite themselves back on over the tower. Hanzo hit with a lot of frontal attacks, and with this damage applied to him, it leaves them in a situation where they got to get out somehow. The counterattack active once more. But Evil Troy's going to be able to bear that mounting damage and allow themselves to replenish their HP relatively swiftly. The level up is going to be there, so they are a little bit ahead in terms of that. Something we should note is the fact that their tiers, they do have that tier of the goddess, so they're already stacking.
All right.
Ooh, look at who's coming up into the top side.
We got the
Evil Lobster, we've seen him time and time again. This time, they will have their ultimate if they so do need. Being able to change out the terrain of this map certainly would be a nice bit to encounter on a Jax. However, if there's any minions nearby, they will be able to tax their way out.
I was gonna comment that this game was wild, that I hadn't really. Finally getting some grubbies, getting the grubby hand. And Akuma rotated up pretty well. Controlled. Forcing J4 out. So, like I said, objectives was the name of the game last. Akuma, like, in the game whenever they were down in that goal, like, right? It's sort of like DDG in game 2. If they can keep that sort of momentum, I think they're good to go. They sort of have I mean, technically they are even in kills at the moment, but they have the ability to get the kills. We've seen it already happen from mid lane. And then with a couple of good engagements from bot. Speaking of,
this might be a little bit of a rough spot. Evil Troy, absolutely absurd.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Getting completely rolled to a crisp, and Tanzo finds the elimination, securing this kill advantage, and this gold advantage goes even deeper. Still, though, We get to see possibly another experience of the supports going a little bit too risky. We saw them doing this over on the Bard. This time it's not going to be too much of a misplay as the Zeri is moving over. Benjamin's going to be able to destroy some of this vision, but will just go back into a blank position. Neither team isn't too much of a downfall right now. However, that definitely could change any moment.
Ugh. Akuma's playing really well. Like, Akuma is definitely playing in these games. And yeah, that's a lot of, oh, if that second chain would have landed, that would have popped the Q again. Like, the damage that LeBlanc is able to too much right now.
Oh, look at that ult coming on in. Straight on into the hands of Reborn Mountainy. Making some kind of play. Getting down to half HP. QM is going to have to force themselves out of the engagement.
Yeah, and Evil Troy getting engaged in on again. Took a tower.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Really trying to all in here.
Bonzo,
Flash
he
is
might
there
kill
looking to get the elimination.
Good
Flash
flash.
is going to be there, but queuing over the wall.
That was a fantastic. What a good cursor placement by Tanzo. So like, I mean, yeah, like I said, Akuma's doing everything that they can to just, this is their game. They want it to stay their game. Drake still hasn't been. I'm just talking about objectives that are starting to get taken. So yeah, the first dragon is finally gonna fall. Wild, I think personally. Maybe I just don't think about how quick they're taken. But yeah, like that's, I don't know, like
Another plate down in the mid lane, seeming as if this Drake as well is going to be going over in the favor of Akuma. Never mind. Not able to do it. I don't know why I thought that, actually. What the? Huh.
Yeah, I don't know
thought
what
that
you had
Rakan might have
going
been
on.
there, and I was like kind of thinking like, oh wait, maybe there's more people, but wasn't
Tanzo just
really
does
looking too
so much
heavily into
damage
that,
on
and
those engages
it
now.
leads to the first Drake going down. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to find anything more. Obviously, with 3 Void Grubs over to the side of the Donuts, it's definitely going to be seeming a little bit more favorable for them to be able to take these towers, especially when they have that Trundle in their pocket.
No Trundle's there. Oh, this is bad.
I mean, I don't know how much value you're really going to be able to find here, but in a 3v2, definitely going to be rough. As the minions start to get depleted, we're going to be seeing the Emperor's Divide come through, but instantly just diverging away. Not going to have to deal with any real damage or any real threats. Looking to keep this bounty alive. Still, though, Benjamin activating themselves even further up towards the engagement, looking to possibly find some fights, but still going in for the ult. Going to be capitalized upon. Running away and diverging out of the ultimate. Not gonna matter! There's the ultimate coming in from the Jinx, looking to get something more. Now, the Big Boom Rocket still gonna be able to get a little bit of extra damage, diverging in, and they make this play! Bouncing on into the engagement, and they still can't find the elimination.
That's a kill for Tanzo. Oh, okay. That's a kill for Rakanzo. That's what I was gonna say, not Tanzo. Anyways, yeah, Akuma's still staying 2 kills ahead. No, it's okay. Never saw it. Doesn't. Oh, the flash though.
Great stuff from Neversaw, investing the flash, but Neversaw might actually be called out once more, and that's tragic. And forcing out another flash.
But all the while, in the bot lane.
Well, also all the while in the top lane. Oh, God. This is seeming like Drop Dead Gaming is going to be in a real pickle here really fast. Nashor's Tooth has already been bought, which, yes, it's good, but this might be... I don't want to call it too early. I've been calling it a little bit too early a lot today, but usually it's been right because these early leads have always just been leveraged into infinity. So I don't want to say it too close, but is it going to be 2-2? Definitely seeming like it with almost every lane having a bounty on their heads.
I mean, I'm just like I said, this is all really impressive. Like Zeri's gonna be able to get out. Tanzo's exerting their. Evil Troy is just not going to be able to. Roa's gonna take too long. Like with how the Jax is doing. Trinity Force is right around. So you know, once that's done, you get a couple of more. Maybe Spear of Sojin. I'm talking that man build.
Oh, look at the engagement coming in from the Rakan. Gonna be hit by the root, hit by the sun as well. Keeping on the engagement. Looking to try and find something more, but it's a 3v3. Make it a 3v4. Ult comes in from the Zeri. Able to connect onto all of them, but the Driver 4 going in for the engagement. Not gonna be able to find anything. Resurrection is there, but the Res finds their death, their doom. But they still stay alive. Somehow, some way, they keep themselves up.
Well, it was the Zillion ult. There's not much more to it than that. Zeri
Well, they kept alive even after that.
Well,
They were diving under turret for him, and then a shield comes on. Somehow they still maintain their life. Wow. How on earth are they doing it? This team is absurd. Both these teams are absurd. I don't even know who's going to win this. This game is... I mean, you got to imagine that, like, if Akuma wins this game, they're probably going to win the series. Just because, like... I mean, I don't want to call it, but it feels like their champ pool is deeper.
I mean, we don't know that yet. This is gonna be the next game you're gonna ban. So
we don't know it, but it's like, I think it's not even just the champ pool, but also just the momentum of like, this feels like Akuma's been really, they've been pulling out the stops.
Gonna find a bad bush again. Tanzo.
See what I mean? Like, we're about to see Tanzo get a solo kill up here. Yeah, there it is. Flash comes out. Oh, Root's gonna be... Wait.
Yeah, he's...
Oh.
Ooh. There you go. There's a shutdown. That could be the start of something beautiful.
That definitely could be the start of something beautiful. But the fact it almost happened definitely got to give... It's got to give nervousness. I mean, that's rough. That's really rough. However, another engagement's going to be coming in. The Storm's going to be there. They want to go for something more. They're going to be able to get it as well. Resurrection's going to be online, so they will have that at the bare minimum. But multiple players coming in. The ultimate's going to be there from this rise. Evil Troy's coming on in. Ult's going to be there. Megadeth Rocket's going to be online as well. Still, though, the Emperor's Divide is not going to be able to find too much, as it will just be able to isolate the one player who's already died. And now another kill. DJ Benjamin's going to be able to find something, but... Oh, it's slapping! No, never saw finds their death. Can they get the one kill on this side? No, they can't. The minion's going to be able to take the front of the damage. There's no resurrection in sight. However, Flappy Joe might possibly have a little bit to worry about. Never mind. Both players able to run away.
The people that may have something to worry about is Jinx and Evil Troy, because Tanzo is walking back. Negatron Cloak finished as well, so just tired of the AP like being probably gonna turn into what? You know, I don't know. Negatron and 2 daggers.
Oh no, Brenny fan absolutely obliterated. And Slappy Joe able to pick up another kill.
A long time ago tale. There is an ancient time in League of Legends where LeBlanc used to be able to say QR, thanks for stock. And that's kind of what's happening right now. Like, the LeBlanc damage is real.
Oh no, oh no. Currently, looks like Evil Troy as well. It's going to be in a pretty rough spot.
Oh no! Oh no! Get out of it! No!
Them up in the top side. Oh my god. And that's
Where
gonna be a
did that
tower
wall come from? That's what's been
rough.
said all game. I will say that, like, Evil Troy is gonna have nightmares. The very first kill on him in the top lane, Pillar pushed him out of his ultimate and kept him from stepping back into it. And then that time, like, just literally walked face first into it, got his tongue stuck against it, couldn't get away, beat up by, like, 4 people forming a kicking circle. I mean, I don't know. Akuma's playing very well.
Akuma's definitely seeming like this momentum is starting to snowball for sure. Their plays have been good and their movements have been better. Certainly though, Akuma, they gotta win this game. That's not negotiable. The question becomes,
true.
will they be able to do it? Right now, however, we see a
Oh,
couple players, a bit of
block.
an investment. However, they will be able to back off, and simply, Evil Troy will take a bit of damage, however, dealing a decent amount themselves. Lots of players starting to group up towards the top side. Bit of a scary place to be in if you're Evil Troy and Evil Lobster.
They know they're there because of the definitely now, but like it's kind of the same
Situation last game where they were the wrong, and they had too many. They started Otacon too early, and I thought that was a scenario that almost happened if they would have stayed on it, on the side of Akuma this time. So that was a good back.
Hanzo being forced in the bot lane, not able to back up to contest. And they're not even going to want to at this point. The Otacon is something you can easily steal away, especially if you are that the Donut Squad, because of the fact that Trundle. I mean,
Oh,
just
you're not
such
getting
a
away from this.
overpowered
Never saw.
character.
Oh, the
Never saw
teleport. That was
barely.
beautiful.
Yeah, that was necessary, because if you never saw, 1 in 4 would be an absolute horrendous score one to go down to. Currently, though, they are just going to make their way back on into the base. Looks like they are going to be able to get the Herald over on the side of the Akuma Donuts and see whether or not they do end up dropping that mid lane. I think that's the most likely option for them, just due to the fact that realistically this game could just go in their favor relatively swiftly. However, it seems as if they also kind of want to play for the Otacon up lane. Now, they just dropped it mid. Okay. I guess they were using it as a bit of a scare tactic to go and just maneuver themselves up towards the Otacon. However, it's going to be dealt with swiftly and quickly.
I mean, but that gets rid of Jarvan's engage and just basically pushes. So that was perfectly well done. Once again, the frozen pillar is just huge work right now. Pillar literally 6th man. Evil Troy.
It will be spotted.
Decided he didn't want none.
Never saw. She's back up in the top side. Looking to possibly get some wave clear. There's still 1 remaining tower up, or 2 remaining towers up there. So definitely some gold that could possibly be claimed. However, realistically, you're going to have to contest mid constantly if you want to be able to win, especially with the Drake coming up in 55 seconds. I mean, a team fight win would be nice. That's for sure. If you are on the Drop Dead Gaming side, needing some kind of relief.
Yeah, I mean, but with the dragon taken so late, like that's at least 1 saving grace right now. Because I think if the dragon was here, you would have been. Speaking of trouble.
Oh, yes, the Emperor Divide! Gonna bring him back out
good,
into
though.
a bad spot, but still Tanzo somehow survives.
Tanzo's getting
absolute tragedy. The ultimate's
teleports.
gonna come in. All 3 players going from the
Everyone's
flank.
here!
Still, though, everyone's making their way back on in! Still, though, there's gonna be the ultimates coming on in. They still are able to find 1. DJ Benjamin's able to find out the Evil Lobster flashing over the ball. There's gonna be the incoming. Oh, the double kill comes out, and still never saw. She's gonna be stuck between a rock and a hard place. A triple kill from Benjamin.
I mean, you got Tanzo, but what did it cost you? Right? Like, you made the trade, but it's a 1 for 3. Really good rally on the side of Akuma to make sure that they're not losing anything in these things, right? And this dragon's gonna fall, so they're gonna get the next Drake. I mean, it's an ocean Drake, like Tanzo's gonna... Just like
This
I don't
just
know.
goes to show how
Different
competitive
team.
this league is.
different team all of a sudden.
Oh my god. I mean, I wasn't even here last week, I think. I was either last week or the week before, but every single Masters Division playoff match that I've at least been here for has gone the distance at 5 maps if this one does. And let's be honest, it's definitely seeming like this is an 8K deficit. Nobody on the side of Drop Dead Gaming seems like they're going to be able to make some crazy plays. Meanwhile, on Akuma, I mean, they have a Trundle who's out of their mind in terms of gold. They have a LeBlanc who's being able to practically one-shot people. And Benjamin on that Zeri who just pulled off a triple kill. This is definitely not seeming like a game that's going to be too easy to win. Map 5 is definitely going to be the possible change. Maybe Equalizer. Maybe this will have some kind of miracle. But I think for the most part, we're going to be looking forward to seeing whether or not this Baron will in fact be taken, whether or not there's going to be a steal. I think that steal is going to be very unlikely. However, currently there's just a bit of engagement. Multiple players charmed. Root will come in. Mega Death Rocket's going to be there, but Sloppy Joe finds the elimination. They still keep going, and they are going to be able to find one in their favor. A bit of a consolation prize possibly, but not just that. They will be able to shut down, finally, Sloppy Joe.
That was really impressive. Also, amusingly enough, until then, I giggled about it. Rakan had 9 on his Dark Seal.
Oh no.
It's just, Rakan Dark Seal, just so you know. Teleport coming in, looking for Tanzo. Tanzo's not gonna. He said, no thank you. No freebies. Speaking of freebies, though. Alright, the W missed. We're fine. We take those. That's what you say in all chat again. This is wild. Like, I mean, this is a complete flip-flop from game 1 and game 2.
Well, I wouldn't even say that, because both game 1 and game 2 looked close.
Game 1 and game 2 had 2 members of, like... Game 1 had 1 member of DDG putting up 43,000 damage. Game 2 had 2 players of DDG.
Well, to be fair, game 2 went to 45 minutes, so we can't really classify the damage.
I mean, you can, because Akuma did not have stat lines, so they did less damage. That's the important part. These other 2 matches have basically gone minutes. This is going longer. But like, speed is definitely in their favor. I don't really know, outside of Troy, maybe, like, the stacking potential over on the side of DDG this game. As far as,
these
like,
guys
scaling
ain't
is concerned.
outscaling. They're not outscaling. Let's get one thing straight here. There's no outscaling potential. Oh, God. Yeah, there's the tower down for the count in the top side. They're going to want to march these minions straight on down. We see the ice block coming out. Never saw forward to use that as a bit of a taxi. And now with the next couple of minions starting to make their way down in another engagement to be
That's
attacked.
huge.
Sloppy
Look at
Joe
that
comes
damage.
in, forcing out the locket. Evil Troy in the bot side can take a bit of damage.
Oh my
However,
god!
oh my god. The Emperor's Divide is going to be able to catch out 2 players. 1 turret shot is going to be enacted. However, that's about all they're going to get. Still just going to wait for the next minion wave, possibly rotate down to the mid lane, where there's also going to be a turret about to be destroyed, even excluding a player helping.
And they're doing the same thing. Siege and top. Tanzo's just going to rotate and siege bottom. Most likely get that. Troy's going to go down there and probably contest.
Big stuff from the Jarvan 4, however, able to make this Trundle wait their turn, wait their moments.
Oh god, that damage.
In the resurrection is clutch. That is the factor you necessarily needed, but Flash is going to be expended, and Brownie fam going to be able to get a couple kills, but still, there's going to be Evil Troy looking to try and clean up one in the midst of their base. Still not able to find the kill. And the re-engage is crazy. Konzo's going to be trying to make something as well.
Oh, the stun landed!
Well, finally, they're going to be able to take down Tanzo. Maybe that was what would give them a bit of an edge. Maybe, never mind. No. Oh my god, an engagement, and Sloppy Joe comes out, concluding it.
I mean,
overzealousness is the name of the game. And certainly, Drop Dead Gaming might possibly be those winners.
Goodness gracious.
Well, we got a game of League, I think is what they say in the business. Yeah. I mean, LeBlanc's doing this. This is an assassin eat everyone else world at the moment. I love how much money he's got right there with that ward. Like, sweep. That was beautiful. We're basically, how close are we to full build?
Not very
Okay,
close
wits
right now.
in. That was the item, not now. Okay, I'm stupid. Rise does have a lot of damage now.
This Rise is going to be at their 4-item power spike. However, there's the kill going to be coming in. The Resurrection's there, but not going to matter for too long by the looks of it. Never mind. Evil Lobster barely able to get out scot-free. Forcing the
Flagging's
back,
in there.
however, so see what they will be able to do. Slappy Joe going to be trying to make a bit of a play. Not going to be able to get too much. The show might end here. Evil Troy
He's dead.
making some kind of way. They're barely
alive.
surviving. Oh my god, Neversight's gonna be able to find out one with the Emperor survive. They still keep going in. Cyber's gonna be able to find out one on the Brandy fan. They keep going in, going to seep their rewards, and they will be able to get it. No, they won't. Somehow the Zillion survives with the... Oh my god, they are surviving, clenching that fountain. And that's a... I mean, this is absolutely crazy. Drop Dead Gaming is starting to make the comeback, and Evil Lobster going to be the main one in front of it. The double kill comes in from Neversaw. She's on an absolute tear.
Oh my goodness, what a cataclysm. What are you doing, Trundle? Leave Trundle. Trundle, don't do it, Trundle.
Reborn Mountainy gonna have to deal with this. They're gonna have a difficult time doing it. Teleports come in.
That's it.
Investing heavily into a Baron.
Good lord, what a good cataclysm. Overstaying, and it was really unlucky to have... Who's teleporting? Bonk. Gotta be careful here now. Recalls from Baron are gonna...
I think one of the best parts is the fact that, like, there's not even a close Elder in hand. So this really could go either team's way.
Well, I mean, like, both of these teams are terrifying. And now we're getting to the point of where items kind of full items game.
Yeah, that 5k gold differential isn't going to matter too much. Especially if you can be one of these crazy playmakers. We haven't really been seeing Evil Lobster too heavily in this game, but that last play definitely looked really good from them. Able to really put the brakes and change out how this game looks with... Oh my god, just the ground being shaken and putting up that... Oh man, this team is looking crazy right now. Despite being in a really rough spot, the majority of this game, number 4, are starting to mount a comeback. See whether or not they can make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, 5 kills is not enough to have a huge fight. Like, you can't misstep on the side of DDG anymore. You maybe have 1 or 2 more fights with mistakes if you're on the side of Akuma, but like that window is further this game goes because of death timers.
Yeah, it might even be more than 1 or 2, as there's only been 1 tower taken. So that you'd have to get rid of 2 towers and then
true.
Also the entire base. And that's assuming like both team fights, like they kill literally everybody.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This was a 34-minute game of League. Thought that more towers were gone.
You would imagine. One would imagine. But unfortunately, for the side of Drop Dead Gaming, they haven't really been able to do a whole ton in that regard. Which is why it's kind of impressive that they've still been able to secure only a 4k gold deficit despite that.
Well, it's like Jarvan's looking. They want to go. Like they feel like they can fight right. That was we have pings coming out. Like Tanzo's not gonna. Tanzo's maybe gonna get close. Yeah, he's getting.
Oh yeah, they're definitely gonna be in for a world of hurt in a second. Neversaw's gonna be making their way in. Oh, somehow Tanzo is gonna be able to escape without any.
Look at this top lane. Top lane's getting beat up right now on the.
Oh yeah, that's gonna force those rotations for sure. Didn't even notice that part, but certainly the team did. They're definitely going to be nervous, and that nervous is going to allow the side of the Akumas to move over and rotate down onto the Drake, putting them up onto Soul Point.
Yeah.
Oh my
but
god,
that's
that
a
was so
41
fast.
minute- That's like a 40-minute Drake, like Soul.
Yeah. Especially because it's Ocean. That's like going to matter like non-existent much.
I don't know how much heal cut they have. If you're in one of those situations on where it's like, you might be able to, like, procs. Everything matters right now in the playoff, Cherry.
True. Seems as if we might be seeing a couple
Trying to
players
get to the finals.
looking to go for a bit of a trap play.
3 Baron. Like there's nothing here but like a pick fight that's gonna happen now, right? Like
Yeah.
so I don't know when it happens. I don't know how soon that inhib top lane is gonna be back up, or if it fell when LeBlanc pushed that second time around.
Oh, looks like we're possibly going to be seeing a bit of an engagement coming out onto the top side of the map. Lots of players over here. Lots of players looking to dance, looking to make some kind of way, but they're all going to concede it. Seeming as if Akuma's going to be able to get a little bit more of an advantage. However, with the response of both inhibitors, it's going to lead the side of Drop Dead Gaming to have a little bit more resilience and a little bit more confidence, possibly, in terms of being able to leave their base.
Maybe. This is
Oh, that's going to be looking bad. The Rakan barely able to make their way out.
That was good reaction from.
Still, though, looks like we're possibly going to be seeing the engagement possibly coming through in the river, moving up forward, going to be poking and prodding, forcing out the first bit of utility in that locket. As the locket dissipates, they are going to be forcing a little bit of a concession from the side of the Akuma. Frosted Donuts making their way up. Gonna be Evil Troy to see some players going into the zonies. Gonna be moving forward. We see a couple of damage. The clone's gonna be found. Ooh. As the clone gets found out, it's not gonna be mattering too much, but if poking damage from the Zeri.
Oh, but Tanzo's gonna get this top tower this time around. I don't think they.
Tanzo's not in the engagement, so they will be able to completely get away scot-free. Still, though, somebody's gonna have to back. Being forced to stick here.
Troy backed, but I don't think. I don't.
It's not gonna matter.
That's unlucky because I don't think.
Oh, Evil Troy's getting so much damage. However, look at the amount of players coming back. Oh my god. Tanzo having 2 ultimates invested into them, and they're still alive and kicking. How do they make it happen? Flexing their mastery and flexing their availability within this game. An absolute masterclass of a performance from this one player alone. Oh, the engagement.
Oh, LeBlanc!
Oh, getting hit by the stun. There's gonna be the Emperor's Divide. Looking to get something, but stuck between a rock and hard place. There's the Zeri ult, but never saw. Kynes goes in. There's gonna be Browning Fam flashing over the wall. Looking to get some more. Not gonna happen.
But
Still, the flash is there. The exhaust is going to be brought in as well. DJ Benjamin's going to be able to find one, and they still stay alive. How do they do it? They finally get taken down by Evil Troy.
But look, the teleports are coming in.
There's the back door. They want to make this game their own. Just inhibitors found. There's going to be nobody to stop them from destroying all of this.
And Never Saw got found in that one too and taken out.
Oh, it's a 2v3, but the HP's just not there. Branny Fan's going to be able to find out onto Slappy Joe, but they just... Oh, they find one, but that's all they're going to be able to get. But a tower is just so good.
We
that's rough.
have gone full fiesta, boys. This is wild. This is wacky.
Oh.
I don't know what's happening. Help. Please.
Practically a completely bare Nexus. Oh my god, this is absolutely tragic. And still, Akuma just hasn't been able to find a way to shut out this game. This is going to be longer than game number 3 by the looks of it. After going 45 minutes, this one's seeming like we're going to be making that hour mark.
Baron back up, Dragon up in 30 seconds, or both teams going to be on Soul Point.
Oh my god, definitely
so
seeming
fun.
like it.
This game's so fun. Evil Troy maybe gonna take the Drake here in a second. Nah, he's moving up. They're posturing for it.
Oh. Yeah, there's going to be some vision destroyed, but it gives the side of Drop Dead Gaming that bit of worry that they are going to be going for it.
Troy.
We will see Evil Troy being able to spot out. Looks like they're going to be making some positional changes. What can possibly go in? Engagement's going to be there. As the tower gets formed, it's instantly broken up into pieces. Constantly. This team has been good. Constantly, these teams have been great. This is what you get after going 6-1 and 5-2 within the main season.
All right, so we're trading Baron for Soul. Maybe. Like, honestly, they still might contest without Troy, but I think it's gone too fast. Oh, he tried to flash in and steal it. I don't think it's enough. Nothing else coming in from it. This is a situation I could honestly see Troy try to teleport and backdoor, but it looks like the teleports are coming. The backs are coming back.
Looks like there's going to be a kill for their troubles, too. The Emperor's Divide's going to be able to keep them out for a couple seconds. Somehow! Oh, I thought Neversaw got a kill, but I think it was just the clone.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that was still really almost. That was almost traded out well to stay alive a little bit longer because the shield did not to the die to the ignite. That was the words. I'm good at words. It's 11:45 in the evening. Man, I love League of Legends. Is this top inhib gonna finally fall again? Nope. No, it is not.
Not going to be able to get it just yet. However, Trundle with the minions following in pursuit. Definitely seems like this is going to be where this game could possibly come to a close. If they can win this engagement, it definitely would lead to it. However, neither team can play that aggressive at this point. Both teams are going to... Oh my god, look at that. Oh, that damage is so obsessively good. Look at the flash coming on in. There's going to be the Zerial. Zerial comes on in, but it's just not able to find anything. Evil Lobster's going to be able to ult on in, able to isolate a couple of them, but they're just still alive. Another kill goes down. It's Evil Lobster. But they haven't been a player that's really been too much of a reliance, so it's not the end of the world. It's been their utility, which has been such a good factor for them to be able to play for their team. Right now, the utility's not the necessity. Right now, you need that damage output. And the one player you got to rely on is going to be that Brandyfan and Neversaw. Those two have been ridiculous when it comes to being able to output as much damage as possible.
Ugh. I'm so... We're... This is a weird one, right? Because, like, you can't push out right now. You have super minions pushing your tower, like your last bastions. You have this menacing zone in whatever lane pushing, with ill intent. I mean, everybody has every item that it is like
technically not the Zillion nor the Rakan, but those are the supports, so it doesn't really matter.
My goodness.
Oh man. This is going to be difficult for either team to win. But I think one good team fight, one good team wipe could low-key probably bring it for either team. A 50-second cooldown would be rough to have to deal with. And at this point, I'd imagine that the Baron buff is about to start being diminished. Yeah, actually, there it is. No more Baron buff. And that's going to lead to the Elder spawning in 3 minutes. Obviously, that's a big one. That's a big factor. I will say
the last time Akuma got Elder, they got rolled.
Yeah, that is very, very true. However, I believe that time was a little bit different in terms of how the Gold State was leaning. This time, they are still going to be at least a little bit above. So what does change? What does happen? Obviously, it is a little bit interesting. We see Slappy Joe sitting in spawn for quite a while. Not sure if they're AFK. Oh, never mind. They were just waiting on their teleport by the looks of it. And now, at this point, just going to be marching straight on down into the mid lane. We'll see how this engagement does work out for them, as the top lane is going to be distinguished with all minions diminished. Lots of players down here, though.
So much damage to the towers right now. Like, structures just take so much damage from AP. Like, boop.
Bit of damage. The discourse has been arrived, and We do get to see Hanzo down in the bot side, going to be backing up, looking to possibly drop that teleport into the top lane. Maybe. However, with the minions down, it's going to be very difficult to really find any backdoor into this game.
I mean, I think right now you're waiting for Soul. I don't think like you're waiting for Elder Soul. There's nothing else that you're posturing for at this point. Maybe a pick, but they have to misstep.
Still, though, I mean, I think this definitely could go either team's way. 1 minute 19 seconds before this comes to a crash, a close on that Elder's opening. One objective. Oh, look at that. Oh, man. Oh, man. How's that gonna work? Oh, God. We'll never saw see it. No, never saw. Will not have the foresight. Oh, that could be rough. That could definitely be rough. Especially, well, I guess it's not going to be that bad, as there is only 2 players with the teleport, so it's not like there's Zeri's going to be able to do it. But,
yeah, but I think they're waiting for it. Like, I mean, but that's the right thing, right? I think that both could end on a teleport play.
The problem is, you can't really get a teleport play if you're freaking drop dead gaming at this point, because you guys haven't even entered the opposing teams next space. Like, it's been a really rough spot for them. They've been playing the defense the entire game. Never saw already at a low HP line. Now it's gonna be tons of on the top side of the map, but looking to try and get a kill. Shield gets plenty of value.
That's a billion. Soul's dead. The soul is up. This is gonna be a free dragon.
Free Elder for
Hanzo.
the taking. Hanzo's gonna try and get out. Flash extended along with the ultimate. Not gonna find anything. There's gonna be Hanzo. Oh my God, Hanzo's still alive. Did
Is the ult
it
gonna
out?
get him? Okay, like he did die. I think the Jinx ult would have landed even if Hanzo is having a lot of fun. This game is wild and crazy.
Oh my God. Baron at half HP. It's so desperate. It's so unfortunate. And at this point, you gotta imagine they're just gonna be able to walk it down. They've taken both major objectives in this game. That's rough. That's really rough.
Yeah, I mean this is the last team fight. There's no reason not to push an end in through one of these lanes, right? So I mean this is our final.
Oh, this is gonna be a big one. This is gonna be a big one. Frick. I mean, one fight is gonna absolutely turn the tables, and either team could take it. Who knows how this could possibly go, but we certainly don't. We already see both teams completely maxed out at this point, so really it's either team's game. Oh my God. I want to see a 5K. I want to see a penta. You know, that's what I want to see. I want to see a penta. And you know who I want to get the penta? I want it to be... I don't know yet. I was going to say Evil Lobster, because I think they've been having like a really good assisting support role. But I don't know. I think that would be a little bit weird way to go. But the inhibs are breaking.
All right,
Oh,
all three
no.
inhibs
Oh,
are just
no.
gonna break. So, I mean, if Joe
there's the
lands
last one.
like one combo onto anyone, they're going to instantly.
Backed into a corner. Bit of damage is going to apply, so not the end of the world just yet with
There it is.
Benjamin at a low spot, but no, there's going to be the
kill.
first. Looking to go for more. The Emperor's Divide's able to connect onto 2. Resurrection's going to be enabled. They're going to be able to connect to 1 root, I believe. Never mind, they're not going to be able to get it at all. Double Charm's going to be able to get the knockup. There's going to be the lock-in as well. Put into play. Jarvan 4 ult's going to be there, but there's Reborn Mountain able to get the res. Still, now, that's about it. They completely crash and burn. The resurrect is there. The death is there. Despite the falters, despite the endangers, they come back, the defense prevails, and this iron wall survives.
Oh my goodness. What? You can't. How is this happening? Like, why is this happening? I just want to see a game 5. This is gonna, like, I don't know how much they can get here with the timers the way they are. These are, I mean, they're forever. Sleepy Joe is gonna be
Yeah.
up though, like, and so is those fails before they get to the 2 bases.
Yeah, it's
They
definitely
are
not going to be an end here, but it's certainly going to be difficult to. Oh, they're not even going to go for the inhibs. I thought they might
no,
have
they
them.
have to reset. They have to reset.
Yeah, that's true. And the inhib's not going to give them too much because, let's be honest, they're going to have to be playing defense for this next fight. So, that's rough. That's rough if you are Akuma's Donut. That seemed like they had it in the bag. They took the Baron, they took the Elder, and they still couldn't prevail. 100k gold taken. Oh my god. 519 CS on Benjamin. What is this? 521 on Evil Troy.
It's just a couple of CS. Like, it's not a big deal. 489 on Jinx as well. This is a lot of items.
101,000 gold. Oh my god. I think this genuinely might be the most gold I've ever seen in a game. I'm not
Yeah.
totally sure on that, but this is absurd. I mean, both teams have just completely, like, outshined each other in every single way possible. And if we go to a map number 5, I don't even know what we're going to see. Are we going to see, like, an hour and a half game? Like, is that just the conclusion we're going to get to?
I don't want to. Oh, this is
Will
a
we
pick,
be
though.
up till 2 a.m.?
Troy
Evil Troy
has to-
gonna be forced into the Andres. Absolutely absurd. Now they're gonna be resurrected. They still stand tall, but they can't get much
too
more.
much.
The re-engage isn't gonna be there. They're in a 4v5, and that might have just sealed the deal. That bit of overextension. Evil Troy was a major factor in how the team's being able to play the game, but they keep going aggressive.
There's
Can't get too
no, there's no spell shield on.
The high note is that there was a lot of ultimates extended there. 3 down for the count. However, can they really pull anything off of that?
That's so
That's-
cool. I love that interaction.
Ooh, this
Using
is so
Zeri
rough.
W with filler. That's so clean. I love that.
Oh my god, they have to play so carefully here. These cooldowns on both players, Evil Troy and Sleepy Joe. Sloppy Joe, both are very, very low in terms of how much time they are compared to the normal time. But still, that 20-second, that 10-second cooldown is just so much that you have to deal with. And really, this next Elder, it seems as if it's all going to be just coming down immediately. We'll see
Ult
whether or not
coming
there's going to be any
out.
type of contesting.
Oh,
Be able to find out on Toll 1. Looks like this Rakan possibly going to be taken down. Never mind. 13k HP. Looking to go for something more, but they're going to have to deal with the players now. It's a 3v4 on the Bear or the Elder Pit. Can they make anything off of it?
Oh, this is gonna be a 50-50.
Flipping for Elder. Going in! Dropping out immediately. Going to be using that wall for the bit of mobility, but now they go in.
Oh,
There's
they
going to
got
be
it. They
They
stole
do it! Akuma's Donuts! They make it happen! And they go in aggressive! They are the team! They are the ones! They are Map 5 creators!
oh my goodness! And while that was happening, Happy teleporting in or going up there to finish the game as well. What a match! We are going to a game 5, Cherry. How excited are you for a game 5? There's my 60,000 damage champion game. Thank you very much, Brandon. I appreciate that. I'm blurry. I'm just too far away from this.
So we're seeing 70k damage for game 5? Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, maybe if the game goes an hour and a half.
Oh my god.
Hey.
Oh my god. The
Hey.
fact that that just happened.
I don't know.
You know
I'm-
what? That's just swell. That's what I'll say about that. Oh, that game was absurd. I mean, gotta give him credit where credit's due, right? That team played amazingly. I mean, taking 2 elders was absurdity. And you know what? I'm super excited to see whether or not they can complete the reverse sweep, make this best of 5, go to the grand finals in their favor. But we're going to go to a quick little break before we get back on in to game number 5. Will we be seeing the Donuts prevail after being on the verge of extinction?
All right, here's Cherry J to perform Silver Scrapes a cappella live.
Womp,
Okay, no, that's
womp.
enough.
Fuck.
We're good here.
Yeah,
That's
we're
fine.
so cooked. We're so
No,
cooked.
no, bands are coming
There's
out now.
yeah. Well, the
So
bands do exist,
bands are coming
everyone.
out now. So we get
Yes.
to see our picks here in a minute. Vola Bear getting locked in for DDG.
Yeah. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed?
Let me
Not
see this
me.
trend. Let me see this Trindamere.
Yeah,
Uh,
we're gonna get that. What was it? We're gonna get. God, I can't
Let
even
me see
remember what
this
they
way pick
banned.
here.
Oh
Bum,
yeah,
bum, 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 bum.
way Brom. Yeah, the Brom's probably. Oh, Skarner. That's a fun one. Skarner wasn't even banned. It's surprising it took this long for Skarner to get picked. So both junglers most likely going to be more towards that bruiser type build where they get a little bit more tankiness rather than the speed we've been more used to. So we're talking about it a little bit with our producer Toadstep in the background. There was a bit of a chance that we were going to be seeing that Viego come out, but instead, realistically not going to be there, especially now that that Ace gets locked. Something that we've
Ooh.
seen banned a couple times so far, but definitely an interesting pick. It could be flexed mid nor top. So I'm really just looking forward to seeing where that gets picked. Same with the volley. That could also be towards that jungle or that top lane. So we really just got to figure out where that's going to be. Kog'Maw. We were talking about some early bot lanes that could possibly be seen. Wei was one of them, but a Kog'Maw was something that we kind of looked over. Now, I like this a lot. We'll see whether or not they're going to run kind of AP Kog'Maw, which is a little bit more niche, which really relies on that R, or whether or not they're going to go more towards that traditional scaling. And yep, there's the Tryndamere that we all know and love so much.
Now the question is that Joey or is that Tanzo on Trindamere?
I know Tryndamere mid is like pretty good. I know Tryndamere top is like what it was like created for or whatever. Um, I'd imagine jungle wouldn't be that weird. I think if it's Tryndamere, they're just not gonna want to match it with the Jace because Tryndamere into range is icky and you don't like that. Um, we'll see what they do end up going with it for though. I think that it is realistically gonna be in the mid lane though.
I mean, technically Jace could be the top line.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? Like they're gonna run Jace top, and then like if it's Jace top, you're just gonna like flex your Tryndamere down mid or something like that. But maybe that's not even gonna be a possibility as Nico's locked in. That could be in the mid or the support. We'll see what they do end up going for there. I think more realistically it's gonna be the mid lane because way Nico would be that would be something. That's for sure something. A lot of
Ooh, that
AP
is
to deal
true.
with.
Brand might is gonna come through too.
Yeah, we did suggest that brand. There's the Orianna lock. We saw them hovering Orianna earlier in today's matchup, and it didn't come out, unfortunately. This time, however, it will be locked on through. Now we have the final pick of the final match. One of these teams will be going home, leaving the Blue Water League in the semifinals, and Nami to conclude it. So it's a very standardized comp. We're going to be seeing that Jace in the top side. Meanwhile, oh, and switching it over to the Alistar possibly. We kind of were hovering over that in the pregame as well, saying, yeah, there's definitely a chance we get to see something like an Ezreal Alistar. This time, however, it's going to be a Kog'Maw Alistar. And then finalized, it's going to be the Malphite. So it is going to be looking like we actually are going to be seeing a Tryndamere in the mid lane, a Hui Nico bot, and then pretty standard stuff from there. But I don't know how I'm feeling about this at all.
Akuma's got a very spicy composition. I do also like DDGs. DDG has a lot to either peel for Dogma or deliver Orion Shockwave into like there's a lot of good like delivery systems on that team. Except for Kog'Maw and maybe Oriana herself. Everybody else wants the orb on their head when they. So I don't know. It's a game 5. It's a game 5. Shouldn't take 40 minutes. I hope.
Hopefully, we will get a clear definitive winner and we won't have to really take our time figuring out who the better team is. But we will have to wait and see. We'll go to a short little break here. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere because this is game number 5. You stuck around this long. Why not stick around for one last dance? This is it. And we'll see you all right after this. One last dance upon us. We're returning map 5. Finally, we'll be able to determine who will make their way up to the grand finals, punch their ticket in to find their opponent. Now, Akuma Donuts, they've had a bit of an interesting run to get here. They were down 0-2 recently in times. We've seen them struggle, but find their stride and have come back through a reverse sweep to make it 2-2. Feedonomics, I want a prediction right now. Who's winning this game? I'm going to Akuma Donuts. Yeah.
I mean, I put points in on it. Did you put any channel points on it? Of course you did.
I didn't even know there was channel points to bet on it.
Monster. Oh my goodness. How are you? Like, you need to get with it.
Well, you know what they say. When you have money and you have to bet it, always put it on black.
Oh, yeah. All right.
And you know, if the two options are red and black, we're not going to put it on red, so.
What? I mean, all right, buddy. Like, red is technically Akuma this game. Just wanted.
Well,
to
yeah,
let
that's
you
what I
know
mean.
that.
Yeah.
So you don't think they're gonna win?
Yeah. So we're gonna put it on. We're gonna put it on Drop Dead Gaming then.
You are okay. That's fine. Bet.
Low-key,
Now we get
I think.
to watch this mid lane.
I think based on comps alone, probably Akuma Donuts is gonna win this.
All right, John Kerry.
I think if you're playing Tryndamere, there's probably gonna be some fun stuff, and I want to see it do good. But at the same time, like, once you're in like some late game situations and like there's a little bit of tankiness to everyone you're going up against, unless you can really get into the backlines and find a way onto that Orianna, nobody here is gonna be too killable.
I mean, maybe not, but like Volibear's not gonna Tryndamere. He's gonna jump into backline. And then what? You're walking past Alistair?
Well, even then, Alistar can like get a little bit of some CC onto you, push you away, do all that, and we'll see how it does play out. I will say that I am a bit of a Tryndamere main myself, so I gotta say it is definitely not fun running it into a large CC composition. So, oh man, look at that.
With the combos, that was so much disgusting damage.
That is rough. The HP is depleted. Evil Troy gonna be going up aggressively in the top side against a Malphite who we've seen both these top laners putting up a phenomenal performance. And both have been absolute stellar watch.
So he'll have the HP advantage a little bit longer, but really quick, I think, yeah, Troy's just up there trying without it. Oh, Volibear, this is a ganky.
Already, really?
I mean, they're trying for something here.
Yeah, there's gonna be the kill.
Easy picking for the first blood there. He was a little too far. I think to make that really work well. But I don't know. Skarner doesn't even get both for that. Like,
yeah, that's what I was thinking too. The fact that this Volibear had such a fast clear comparatively to the Reborn Mountain, who's currently, I mean, yes, they've been really good today. Yes, they've been a very strong reason for why Akuma Donuts is being able to make it this far. However, when it comes down to it, if you can't be the fastest one on the clear and you can't be the one to support your teammates in the top side, we've seen time and time again those skirmishes early on within games where it's a 2v2 in the top side. This time, however, there was no 2. It was a 1-player deficit, and it was a complete mountain that you were left on the top of, and that summit was breached.
Oh, this is going to be bad, though. Like, Skarner's going to get a good jump in on...
Yeah.
On to Troy here. That's a bad flash. Going to get pulled into the wall here in a sec.
Can Evil Troy find the trade? That's the question. The answer seems to be yes, but barely. Not able to make it happen. Oh my god. Blow for blow. Fade for fade. This game will not go either team's direction. 1-to-1 is going to be the kill deficit. and certainly going to be favoring at least a little bit in the favor of Drop Dead Gaming as they were able to find that first blood, but not even just the first blood. The CS differential on that top side is a little bit in that deficit that you really don't want to be at.
Oh, trend over the wall.
That's forcing
Yeah.
out the flash. Now, this
He just
Tryndamere
says,
does not
"See you
have their
later."
ult just yet. They do have to be a little bit careful still, as that get out of jail free card is not going to be available.
I mean, but there's a lot to be had in maxing blood. Oh, that's a really
Applying
good
for
engage
double
on
airborne.
Alistair's part. But not enough damage there to finish anybody off. Jamal wasn't nearby enough. Well, tries to vomit out there. Skarner coming in
Skarner's
though.
moving their
Oh,
way
he grabs him!
Oh, that's absolutely absurd.
The teleport
like a
coming
teleport's
in
gonna be there
from
too.
away, but I don't know. I don't know if it'll get in quick enough to actually stop both of them.
Yeah, at most they're going to be able to keep that Alistar there, and with the Reborn Mount, they might possibly be able to do something. We see the Volibear making their way on up, but they do not have their level 6, so they cannot take the tower offline just yet.
And I mean, they have to be careful because Malphite is so nearing level 6, right? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that level 6 is going to
Oh,
hurt you.
actually, Jace has to be really careful here. He 110% could die. Will die.
Yeah,
Come on,
this might
come
be
on.
bad.
You see it, Tanzo. You see the line, Tanzo. Do it. Tanzo, pull
It
the
seems like
trigger.
Tanza's playing a little. I mean, it makes sense to an extent. You know, Evil Lobster was at least close for a little bit, so you want to make sure they're not wrapping back around.
Oh, I wanted to see it. That was such an easy kill for Malphite. There's no flash. I don't think that the bump would be enough to keep him away.
Still, though, a bit of a contestant up towards Void Grubs, possibly. I'm not totally sure on that one, but lots of players starting to maneuver their ways on up. Root's going to come in. Still, though, this Volibear looking to continuously play aggressively. The commanding shot's going to be there, but it still is not finding too much. No slows will be activated off of it. Proc not there, and instead, we will just go back and 1-1, and currently, oh, they're just going to be able to connect the slow, and still Drop Dead Gaming. Gonna look to maybe make something work. I don't think they got that, yeah, it's unfortunate that they didn't get the cannon minion. However, there's definitely possibilities for another skirmish to be seen in the bot side of the map with this Drake pit about to be launched.
It's
Not
just
totally
a
sure
trade
what's
for
up.
objectives. Like I like this a lot. If you're Akuma, grab.
If our observer could
trading
turn on
Drake.
the Drake thing. Oh, it's bugged. Oh no. Well, that is tragic. We won't get to get the timers, unfortunately. However,
We just.
oh,
won't know
hey, there's the
what
timers.
Drake
Nice.
is. Okay, so you know, Kim Tech's on the deck.
The poopy one. Oh no.
I don't know. Like, Tenacity's not awful. Oh, Hex Flash, good.
Oh, the double knock-up once more. There's the stun too.
Oh, the ult missing. I mean, Tryndamere is farming really well in this lane.
That
But
priority,
Oriana, like,
though.
there's nothing that they can really do.
And especially
And-
once they get the Ravenous Hydra, getting that extra bit, like, you could possibly even just decide to trade lanes with the Malphite and proxy topside. Like, you get so many options. It's so nice.
And
But
I
we
mean,
will just
Tanza's
see.
getting like tanky here, right? So
Yeah.
Jace's damage is falling off until like Monomune, I think, or maybe Eclipse too. I don't know what. Well, no, Phage. So I don't know what they're buying when it comes to items right now.
Oh, there's the
Sun
root.
Landing, yeah. But yeah, so
Connecting.
Tanza's just gonna be able to outpoke in this lane now. Until, like I said, at least until there's a to help.
Certainly, though, this next fight for some objectives is going to be very impactful. As we see both bot laners in a bit of a crunch. Low-key going to have to make some kind of play off here if they want to be able to get priority over towards the bot side, because currently it's kind of evened out with a bit of an advantage over towards Benjamin. Cannot lie whatsoever, as that 10 CS boost is going to be very impactful. Over towards the mid, however, very even, as this Tryndamere is at 107.
See that heal for like 300 too.
Yeah.
Tryndamere's got his ult, so careful. Ooh,
Oh, it
dodges
seems like they're
the
going to be
shockwave
building
with
out
the
Stride
E.
Breaker instead of Ravenous Hydra. Makes sense to a bit of an extent, as they would want to really prioritize going for this Orianna and possibly the Kog'Maw as well. However, I'm a little bit concerned over the fact that they might have a bit of a difficult time being able to actually utilize it to their fullest, as there is that Volibear and the Alistar that they do have to worry about still, which, yes, those two are very strong. Yes, they're going to be going for the more frontline option instead of dealing with appeal. However, they're probably going to want to be able to shut down a Tryndamere if they do have the chance, especially once that ult does come online.
Yeah. I just want to see Tanzo, like, go in on this Jace. I mean, but Jace is winning in the CS battle. You know, that's kind of a ranged matchup. Is he's gonna win it out? The Q is starting to hurt though, and there's.
Oh, look who's starting to come up. We do get to see Salapi. Oh, Salapi's going to be in a rough spot, forcing out the ult. It's going to be the tower going offline, but still evil. Troy going to be down for the count. It's a 1-for-1 in the bot and, or not bot, sorry, the mid and the top lane.
No. Or yeah, okay.
Oh, might even
But, I
be
mean,
more than just a 2-for-1.
I'd be okay with like that because you know you traded support for top. Volibear looking like he's trying to engage on the Spawner.
Evil Lobster opting out of the engagement with the opposing Volibear, possibly going to be trying to fight up on towards the top side with the ultimate on the line. Oh, wait, it's not. All right, that's definitely an interesting situation to be in.
Checking out items, seeing if there's anything fun, but everything looks traditional.
Very traditional stuff so far. I mean, I'm not sure if it's the traditional, but I think Cosmic Drive as first item volley is odd. As the extra speed, yes, it's nice, especially as a jungler, but you don't really get as much damage, especially when it comes to having to deal with players like that Tryndamere, who's going to be really having a field day when it just comes to whacking at you.
I want to see it in action with everything else. Kog'Maw also building like AP.
Yeah, I was a little bit confused by that, but I thought that was a little bit more towards the normal side. But yeah, that's definitely an interesting thought process to go for that AP. It gives you a little bit of extra chances to use your abilities to the fullest. However, currently it is going to be the Akuma Donuts to take another engagement. Going to be able to catch out one more player, get a little bit of extra damage. But still, the Drake is up. As we can see, Drop Dead Gaming is going to have a bit of an advantage when it comes to being able to prioritize it. So certainly something they might possibly want to do if they do end up going for it. However, they do note some of the players that are just kind of surrounding it. Lots of things you got to worry about.
Also, we're not even talking about like the inevitability of Tryndamere deciding to split push.
That would make a lot of sense just due to the fact that you get a lot of mobility as Tryndamere, as well as that you do have that ability to kind of go on in with the Stride Breaker. If somebody's near you, you get the speed, you decrease theirs, and look at that. There's going to be the Drake. It is going to be even more than just the Drake, as there's a lot of players coming up for it. Oh my god.
Never
Well, the
saw.
solo kill is there.
Can't ult if you're dead too quick.
Yeah, that was actually tragic, the fact that they didn't even get the ultimate off. However, not going to be too tragic for long. Maybe it's still going to be tragic as, oh my god, overzealousness in action. Tanzo's going to be able to fall down to the ground, and it leaves them in the deficit.
I mean, Tanzo just getting a little too proud a couple of times now. so just too close to the sun.
Oh, but there's going to be the ults coming in from both the Hui and this Nico. But the Nico ult's not going to be able to find too much, but you get the kill in the end anyways. Ulting away, the Volibears trying to make their way on out, but it's just not going to work. They are going to be able to find the kill. However, they're going to be able to get out. Evil Lobster is so good. That's twice now that this team has had... Yeah, it's both the Volibear and the Skarner now. Well, not the Volibear. It's the Malphite and the Skarner who have now died to a turret in the past, like, minute.
I mean, yeah, MVP so far for DDG is definitely...
The turret.
Yep, the turrets.
We love the turrets. Ooh, it seems like this Volibear might be in a bad spot too. Or not Volibear, sorry, the Kog'Maw. And
Kog'Maw.
they're just gonna get instantly obliterated. Sent to the moon.
The emote from the Kog'Maw out of curiosity. That was nuts.
It's already
You hate
10
to
kills
see
in
it.
16 minutes. This is the most action-packed game we've had tonight, I think, and it's going to get even more action-packed with Volibear starting to make an engagement coming up into the side here of this bot lane, and they are going to be a little bit too careful possibly with their ultimate this time, instantly letting it run out, and yep, Slappy Joe will end their in the process.
I mean, Neversaw is getting the better hand of the ages, but like as we saw, like with the Joe's playing more of like a long game and just is playing heroes that really benefit from having. So
Oh, but if an engagement's going to come out, someone's coming out on, and they will be able to get more. Triple knockup's going to be there, as well as the Nico ult coming on in. They still want to get something more, but they're not going to be able to connect it just yet. They want to go for the Scar, but they can't get it just yet. Coming in, Evil Troy's going to be able to make some kind of engagement, but it's just not going to be there for long. Still, the Alistar's making the comeback, and they will be able to go in. The engagement's there. Nobody finds it. Neversaw finally closes out the kill, and Neversaw's being a little bit overzealous, possibly with two players coming up straight on them, but not going to be there for too long. They are going to be able to back up in the end.
Woo!
Flashing over the wall. Oh, the double knockup. However, three players there. They know they can't contest this too much, and they are going to be falling for it. DJ Benjamin finds the kill, bringing it back. This continues to be an equalized game. So can we just talk about the fact that, like, Drop Dead Gaming banned Tryndamere 4 games? And, I mean, I don't want to like, be mean, but we see what's happening.
What do you mean?
I mean, 0-2 on the Tryndamere, down CS, especially playing an early game champion.
I mean, they're playing the long game. I'm kind of, like, I'm still sitting with the Tryndamere is definitely going to be a big team fight. There's not been, like, a big fight. Or, like I said, whenever they go, Alistar may be in trouble here.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be in a rough spot. Especially after that Ignite. But
ooh, the team's there,
yeah, though. Locket will come out, give a little bit of support. Herald is here. We will see what happens at this point. A lot of damage is going to be incoming, starting to be applied onto the side of Akuma. And, oh, the Stride Breaker is going to be there along with that shout. Going to pull them into a bit of a slow. Back onto this good spot. Ult comes in from the way. Not going to find a whole ton of damage, however.
Forces the recall for the Drake that's coming up, though. And that looks like what they're going to go take next.
Is up. Both teams are likely going to want to try and go for it. However, the side of the Donuts definitely going to have a bit of an advantage in terms of going for it. And yep, they're going to be able to capitalize on that advantage completely as they're already pushing straight on for it. Still, 6k HP going to start depleting. They are going to be able to get the vision onto it. It looks like they might want to flash off the wall. Still, 2k HP. They're going to go in. Hex Flash is going to be available. Yes, it is. Going in. Going to be able to knock away the jungle. However, the jungler is still going to be able to get it in the end. Right now, though, lots of damage coming in. The AoE's not great. Nico ult coming up. Evil Troy's going to be having a bit of a differential, but still, we see a lot of players still online. First one's down. DJ Benjamin off the table. Evil Troy's going to be able to find the next, and there's going to be the locket activated. They still have to deal with the Nico. Or not the Nico star. There's going to be nobody actually left because of the fact that this Tryndamere is all the way away. We do see them being chased by Neversaw. However, I don't know if she's going to be able to get him under that turret.
Neversaw landed a 3-person shockwave. There was just not really much up. That being said, nothing here to except for Flash, so I guess that would. Okay. Alright. Otacon getting taken over on the side of DDG. That's what you want to see as a D fan?
Yeah, and they might just diverge straight on onto the Herald after this. Not sure whether or not they will, or they will just go for the back. Seems like the back is going to be the opted in for play, especially due to the fact that they've probably seen a couple of these players as well. That might give the Donuts the possibility of going for the Herald now that they've sensed the backs. We'll see what they do end up opting in for, obviously. It's not anything cleared, but they are going to be going for a tower for sure. Bit of an engagement possibly is going to come out here with both the Hui and the Malphite up on this side. Wait and see. The clone is there. Though it does seem as if side of Drop Dead Gaming is going to want to try and opt in for the Herald. Breaking out the vision. Going to be spotted out. This Alistar is not going to be in a great spot. Forced out to drop the locket already. Just for a little bit of extra HP. We can note the fact that the Tryndamere is going to be on the bot side of the map, looking to possibly go for a bit of a split push. Take down that tier 2 tower. However, at this point, nobody is there to contest. And there's the Rift Herald. Down for the count. And that's going to give a bit of an advantage over towards the side of Drop Dead Gaming once more.
Yeah, you know, the gold lead in DDG's favor. The kill advantage not too crazy. Tryndamere not taking a little bit of damage. Oh, the gang's all here.
Stun's gonna be there, forcing out a flash possibly, but no flash available.
Goodness gracious, so much CC.
Great stuff from Kiwi there, forcing them against the wall, not allowing them to drop a flash or anything like that. Now leaving Drop Dead Gaming with a 2k gold deficit. They want to possibly fight for the mid side once more. No objectives on the map. They're definitely going to want to try and fight for something, but the question now becomes, what do you do? Seems like they're going to start diverging over towards the bot side of the map, which possibly could leave them to see Slappy Joe.
It's going to definitely be bot tower. Boom.
Yeah, bot tower's been taken. Wow's the passive
Creeping.
activity from Akuma?
They're creeping.
Three bounties already.
The gold lead is slowly ticking up. 23 minutes into the game. You know, we're starting to get there.
Oh, look at that. Oh my god.
Alistair.
Yeah, that's absolutely rough. And they're still somehow surviving.
I mean, that ult's big.
Absolute absurdity. Great stuff from them. And they're almost full HP still. Ult for ult, as they were able to drop in a little bit of something. And currently, a bit of damage will be applied as Kog'Maw's still standing strong. Currently, though, both teams looking to fight for this next Drake. This would give the equalizer, or it would give the possibility of soul point. So definitely going to be a big one for both teams once more. It's a very impactful Drake to be able to steal away. And on the opposite side of the map, we can lurk and see around. It seems actually it was pinged where that Tryndamere is going to be looking for the tower. Obviously, Evil Troy is already being pushed up. They want to stop this at all costs.
Oh, but oh,
At this point,
there's some
conceding the
trickery
Drake
afoot up
entirely.
there.
Oh, but look at how desperate this could possibly be coming. Evil Troy's going to be hit by the stun, as well as that the Nico ult's going to come in. Lots of damage, and yet still Evil Troy survives. Evil Troy dealing with so much damage. The output is crazy, and now so many people have come on in.
Now. Oh, good flash.
Oh, but look at the absolute absurdity of the situation. Oh, that is tragic. Flashes out, however, they still can't find too much. Pulling them back on in. Airborne's going to be there, stun as well. Completely overwhelmed, and Neversoft finds another elimination. 2-2 on the Drakes. Baron's going to be up. Neversaw's 4-0, 5 assists. We saw them with 15.0 KDA last in the first game. Let's see if they can bring it back in game number 5.
Yeah. Man. I don't know. I'm waiting, like, for Tanzo to get one more item. What, like, right? Like, they have to on 3. Don't they?
That is a very good question. I couldn't tell you. What I could tell you is that I know that Neversaw has a Maldrai Soul Stealer and has 14 stacks on it. Certainly not a player that you're going to have to deal with at some point or another.
Oh, Tanzo.
Oh. And there's going to
Basically
be
doing nothing to one another.
currently up towards the mid side. We are going to be getting to note a couple players up here. 27 minutes into the game and still 20 kills have been found. This is an absolute bloodbath for both teams, and see whether or not Evil Troy is going to be able to find anything too big. Currently, the Rift Herald is going to be dropped, possibly to be pulled up towards the mid lane, maybe even the top side. It seems as if the top side is going to be the designation for it. And yeah, there it goes. Lots of players starting to diverge up there as well. We see 4 people in the jungle for the side of the Donuts, as well as the Trinidad, who is up there as well. Now, we get to see the Alistar moving up. Volibear on the flank, possibly going to be able to find something. However, right now it's just going to be the Herald moving on in. Gotta start protecting this tower if you want to win. We're going to see a lot of players doing it. Only going to be able to bash in once. One of the least impactful Heralds we've seen today. But it certainly is going to be able to pull a lot of rotations. In 2 minutes, there will be that next Drake on the table. See which team is going to be able to be the first one to the punch on that.
Man. I have no clue. None whatsoever. Still kind of, like, I don't know. With Malphite, I think there just becomes a point, sort of like that game with the... There's just going to be this CC that you can't really... It's going to take out for players, and it's probably going to be mid lane. Baron is getting taken right now by DDG. They are spotted.
Constant aggression has been seen. Certainly going to be difficult to really find too much. As of now, Evil Lobster is going to be in the thick of it, needing to get out, and they're actually going to be able to avoid the ultimate coming in from Reborn Mountain. So it's really good being able to extinguish that, because that would have been an absolute detriment if you were able to get that ult off and then have Benjamin and Falls just run up on you with their insane utility. But we'll see what does happen off of that. So far, there's a little bit of a gold weight in favor of Drop Dead Gaming. However, it's not nearly big enough to really warrant any big, crazy plays. Just gotta play your own game and you'll be fine.
Careful.
I never saw it's gonna be a little bit in a good spot here. Flashing forward. Gonna be Slappy Joe forced out into the Undying Rage, and
Look at
So we're
the
gonna be seeing a
flashes.
flash as well. Oh no, are they not gonna go for it? All right, thought
No,
would
they
chase that a
can't. They
little bit
can't catch
further,
him
but
anymore.
oh, that's true. I think he did drop Ghost, but they're gonna be going straight on over to the Baron pit for this next fight without Sloppy Joe able to get too much. So what does come of this? Right now, though, instantly, 12k HP, flashing over the wall, gonna be starting it up, going in for the way. Instantly,
Oh,
though, the
big ult.
the triple ult coming in from the Nico. They want to go for more, but they're just gonna get destroyed. Evil Ops is gonna be the first one down, but still, 2 players getting knocked up. Double kill comes in from the side of Benjamin. They need to get something more, but it's gonna be the reborn Mountainy to be shut down.
Man, Bronny, you know, doing some work there with his ultimate. He's got a lot. I mean, like, Ben's damage though is
Benjamin is almost on a death cap. This is absurd. Still, though, despite not able to finish out the Baron, they will be able to take away a Drake, putting themselves on soul point. We do see a bit of an engagement coming in from this.
oh, good
Chimera.
shockwave, but no follow up.
Yeah, the poke damage is really good from Brawny Fam right now, and they are just going to be continuously putting it out there. HP definitely lacking for this Donuts squad. See how they do adapt into this forward part of the game, as we're 31 minutes in, and there really has not been too much of an advantage gained for either team, which is different from most of the games we've seen today, where one team gains a massive advantage. Even if they don't win, there usually is one. This time, however, very neck and neck. Seems as if Baron is going to be the next challenge, like what we saw earlier, except this time it's more likely to be committed on, I'd imagine. Now I'm possibly going to be seeing a kill here, but imagine both players are not going to want to risk that. Flash goes out. Sloppy Joe's going to try and follow up and try and keep putting some pressure on him, but realistically, if you can gain some of that HP back, you're not going to be able to be dove under tower, so you will be fine. I think that realistically, though, Jace is one of the characters that could possibly be dove under tower, as there's not too much CC available to, but we will just have to wait and see. As of now, though, Stun's going to be there. Evil Lobster's trying to get something more. Obviously, now that there is the Orianna continuously pushing up with them, it's more realistic that this Tryndamere is going to have to back up themselves. Currently, it's the mid lane that we're going to be watching. We're going to be seeing a little bit of damage applied on in. Instantly going to be going in, but ooh, the damage is just not there.
Ooh.
There's the Nico ult, able to connect onto 2. They still can't find too much. There's going to be the Vlogger entering the fight, and now going golden. The Zanya is going to be instantly capitalized upon, and fails will be shut down. That might have been the gold wave necessary to collect the Baron. Ooh, and with a 3v or 2v4, it's absolutely absurd.
Oh,
It's going to do it. 1 for 1, but on the opposite side of the
all
map.
the while.
Yeah, taking the turret, but they are going to be forcing out the Undying Rage.
And he dies.
Ooh, not only did they get the ultimate out, but they also... Oh, they didn't even get the ultimate out, but oh my god. Another kill goes down. Not only is that another kill, it's a team wipe, and it's also going to be the ace.
Mm-hmm. Kog'Maw basically walking. Baron doesn't care.
Kog'Maw's playing Elden Ring right now, for sure. Well, thankfully for him, they will be able to get a decent advantage out of that engagement. That will not only be a lot of kills, but it will also be the Baron. A 3k deficit has been approached. In terms of the players, most have been returned to their lives. Still, the bot laner and the mid laner for the side of the Akuma is going to need to restore to their former selves, and those were 2 of the more impactful players for sure. 348 CS already on this Tryndamere.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely
Like-
not a player you're going to want to deal with.
No, I mean,
And it's gonna turn into a point, right? Like, speaking of deal with, the Skarner getting jumped in on here.
Oh.
But he has
Both
a
players
friend.
going airborne. Seems like it's going to be a very foregone conclusion as multiple players coming in. There's the flash. but it's not gonna matter. Evil Lobster still maintaining their composure, and another one. That's a double kill. This Tryndamere, as soon as they respawn, they're already back on into a gray screen.
Oh, the
Flash gonna be
flash.
there.
Oh,
And never.
yuck.
Oh, they instantly go
Never
in. She
saw,
is on
just
the absolute
doesn't
tear.
care.
And that might have just done it. It was
I mean,
close.
that's pretty big. Like, they're gonna look to end here. I mean, they have creeps.
That seemed like it's going to be all she wrote. Tanzo's at a low HP line. They do have the ultimate if they so do choose, but it's going to be instantly forgotten. This conclusion off of a 35-minute game, a very close till the end, but it's not going to matter. Your grand finalists, the Drop Dead Gaming, a 6-1 record, brings them up into the grand finals and secures the win. Despite what was close, the Akuma Frosted Donuts will lose in a 3-2 fashion, almost completing the reverse sweep, unfortunately falling short at the end of the road. And despite that, they certainly put up a great performance through and through.
Ugh. I just, like, another really good game. Man, that was such a good match. I'm yelling at Prod. Hold on, guys. But just, man, really good games the whole night. Highly doubt that we're having a winners in, but just what a match. What's your takeaway? Like, we have to give MVP.
That was absolutely crazy. I'm the MVP was definitely never saw. I think that's for sure the MVP. You can't put it any other way. However, it's definitely seeming like both teams really put up a great performance.
Yeah. Um, but like, other than that, friends, I I don't think that we have much else to kind of comment on here. What are you thinking, Cherry?
Well, I'm not sure what I'm thinking. However, I think that me and you are thinking the same thing. That's for sure.
That this was a 5-hour stream and we're tired and we get to cast
Mm,
finals next week?
well, I was thinking something else, but we can think that too. I was thinking that I'm pretty sure our producer fell asleep, but that
Oh no,
works
he
too.
absolutely fell asleep. But
He
that's
did
kind of what happened.
absolutely fall asleep.
Yeah, no. Like, so we'll have to work on, but I would
Well,
assume the stream's over, friends.
yeah. So if you're still watching, I'd imagine I'm gonna say something different than what I've been saying. Click off the Twitch stream. You see that button in the top right of your browser, that X thing? We're gonna click that now. We're all gonna do it together, and yeah, it's gonna be all great and date. Well, actually, I guess we wouldn't be doing that because we're not watching on Twitch. We're completely other buttons that aren't at the top right of our browser that would not close it. Well, I guess it would close it, but it wouldn't like end it.
Carrie, stop while you're ahead.
I am stopping, but you know what? I'm not ahead because our producer fell asleep, and now this is awkward.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for joining in and tuning in for. Make sure that you all have a wonderful, wonderful night, and we will see you all next week for the finals. So can't wait to see you then.
Peace. See ya.